something you wanna keep in your head. If I ain't your girlfriend, I won't let go of your hand. Disappointed, 'cause you'll never see me. I'm better than you think of you. You're not very simple, you. Hold me to the waist, baby, touch me on my skin, will you love me? Let me be something that you never imagined. Hold me to the waist, baby, touch me on my skin, will just love me? Something that you never imagined. Let me be something you wanna keep in your head. Disappointed, 'cause you'll never see me. I'm better than you think of you. You're not very simple, you. Hold me to the waist, baby, touch me on my skin, will you love me? Let me be something that you never imagined. Hold me to the waist, baby, touch me on my skin, will just love me? Something that you never imagined.
ただ目の前に打ち合いボリー、さあボリーが打ち勝つ、確定切るまでフラッシュバー投げてパウクの中突入していきます。これ見えているメルモがここで立つ。ブラックバードゼノ後ろここはサイクルノックスアスリートゲーミングスモークの中からコンディタボリー選手守り抜きました。シーク判断かもしれません。 ですが、
横から出せばあるぞ。
シージが攻めつつ、まず1人、2人目持っていければというところ、打ち直して見事きれい、さあ2番出た、クレイジーサム。入るか、ダメージもらっています、5マッシュを、体力厳しいところ、行くしかありません。マチョカクレイジーサムを落として、裏のポリーがやはり邪魔。見つめるところなんですが、いや、来たんだ、でも。エレメント26、特艦、どうしても欲しかったか。いや、待ち受けるサンシスター。
そうですね。
バレてない。さあストロングマン
状況がわけわかんなくなりましたから。
ザンズ見事です。国立島左側のフラッシュ上がってきたマチャオ、
唯一家屋に入れてますから V3 と。
さあラグダリア、ここで足が見えたマチャオは見逃しません。デトネーションゲーミングホワイトは目の鼻の先だぞ。フロートセスはああ、さあリセットも近い。おお、こっから切り込むマチャオの今のキルスピードあっという間に蹴るんです。
なんでもうほぼ
おお来た。ダメージでかいですが、セス、
いやセスの働きが大きい。
ダウン全部やろうとしてる。これは許さない。
いやこれ間に合わないと。
もうクリが倒れて確定キル。セスはブルーゾーン。后方人夹了过来，
这颗雷，
方向对，
有啦，顺便主残，然后是把阿普炫也打倒。
哇，只可惜的是后方说萨克如果上来
上去就是直接看着他们的所有的侧脑。哎呦，哇，没有地方可以躲了，就被猫到一把头。修真是野倒地，开车过来，大举的输入。看夜里的位置是不是能够救呢？
我觉得 SW 的位置真的是
好对方，1打1，这边看到了莎莎第一波有给他一点机会，但没有秒掉啊。
有点尴尬哦，左边铺两个也直接过来。
左侧下秒带一次，下秒带一次，还有自己的姐姐右边这个也倒，被火烧倒了，最后的1v1，没有任何的备战的情况下，有办法处理的，点到一发了，直接把对手点残。
对，刚才然而战部这边也救了2个，真的打的算是蛮漂亮。莎莎往前走，这个位置2倍镜贸易也无稳掌握住侧边 CC 直接爆头。
又要 K 麦，又要 K 麦，又给他 K 麦到了，高手啊！
我觉得
把控住自己的弹道啊。那 David 有情报了，抓到一个残血的 KU， 然后拖上来他们的那个走过来，然后就开走。
来4分，送给你。
不过应该就是数1、2、3，然后一起去抓那个这样就好了。但一个选择不接，一个选择抓，直接打在他脸上，但并没有收他。
而且右上角没看到的画面，就是月全灭掉了 TI。
我这边压枪还可以再压掉。哇，那第一个很凶了，然后我认为他应该往前趴在那个围墙的最犄角位。
现在说了，这烟雾架出来，A1 在烟雾当中被点掉了。
很稳，3个打1个，根本输不了的。
奈德斯跟 SW 有换人就好了。KZ 趴在地板上面，这边正南出手，这边能打到完，这边打到 KZ， 再打掉跟进，1打3，这边看继续往前出战，他打掉 KZ 了，他吃鸡了，单人吃鸡，拿下。侧面背刺的机会。
好的，马场内部也打了起来，天马直接出来想要清理 TSG。
对，天马不想忍了，只剩小布了。天马这波情人可以说不非去位置。
来了，
一定反打一个，没办法补分，名字的补强很及时。哎呀，起先被淘汰了。
给到一条线，而且天马也提前把中心点的这个脉动给掌握住了。
名字拉的这个位置太刁钻了。主人直接起身打一个背身，
刚好切枪，这个 timing 真。
为什么不行？
要帮我打，
要帮我打，到我这儿，我打一个，还有一个，就一个，我到，远点，到，他别路上打，别路上打，就在我这儿，我石头。
哇！
后局点，自己已经被打残，麻木想要跟队友直接去把男的这个位置压了，他已经给队友给到了信息，旁边架枪的人去打包了，直接追上来。
高打击啊，没什么太大问题。这一侧的话是将男的给放倒，那么休息还剩最后一个架，不断的去远点的枪线。近点的话，马步已经拉到了近点，许生这一波想四卷板打，但是
捏一个雷，这个雷捏的不错，靠烟来一个混烟，换个位置，移形换影，大挪移可以。
近点的话再利用投掷物啊。
哇，非常漂亮。
这个反打，小林刚好压近点。
场上现在最大的变数就是永远的个人发挥。我们也知道，永远这个选手是有明星球的，
但他现在血量已经不多了，最后再出伤，还是最后的话也是恭喜菲尔拿到了11个淘汰，成功吃鸡。
하나 둘 셋. 너무 과감해요. 아토라 너무 과감해요.
당했습니다. 조이도 나가올 수 있어요. 끝난 것 같은데요, T1.
여기까지죠.
기절.
그렇죠. 지금 오픽스는 덮고 하나 남은 거예요.
분노의 상성.
예, 레피스는 죽긴 했는데, 혹시 오피지지를?
자 들어왔어요. 안녕하세요. 그래서 다나와이 스포츠와의 일단
가는 플레이 자체가 훌륭합니다.
자,
자 그리고 여기서 철벽. 줄줄이 철벽. 아니 이게 줄줄이 또 펼치겠어. 또 하나.
정부까지 끊어냈고 알파.
크게 더 앉아.
네, 수류탄 던지면서 차려.
이거 잘 볼 수 있으니까. 자 약간 볼 수 있죠 이거.
규현과
덤보 기절.
자 그러면
좋았네요. 그리고
네, 그를 상대해야 돼요.
감상합시다. 보이라는 건 이제 옛말이 될 것 같아요.
와, 람보가 로자죠.
그래서 말씀을 드린 거예요.
선수들이 근처에 있거든요. 자, 엔투스 에어 무너졌어요.
피아나. 예. 치킨.
수류탄 기블리.
원바운드 이렇고요.
제대로 들어갔어요. 대체기절. 그리고 있잖아요. 하록 싸움이 일어날 수 있거든요.
로 기절시킨 다음에 EMT가 필요했는데요.
파랑 기절 당했어요.
와, 라포 피키밖에 안 남았어요. SR 남았어 보나요?
자, 이러면요 이 두 팀의 싸움. 로아지 뭐야?
막픽. 아니.
자, 건지는
VR로 기블리.
MQ 的防区直扎冲撞了过来，两个队打架的时机可能是 CTG 的机会，已经拼贴过来了，黑潮倒地 ，Space 是压住了侧翼的枪线，无量这一侧夹住了门口的位置，直接补分数，一个燃烧瓶把自己的分数补掉了。
CTG 会劝架吗？
有机会，他这个侧翼应该是开车已经拉。
姐平脸，第一波是勾引的，背后有人一直在抽，是小九，小九又埋在这儿了。
是的，又立功了，路人打掉，近点作战，博良能不能顶住压力？漂亮，把林书秒掉，是一个闪光的原地一趴。这样这个时候在等待跟小九的配合，起来博良再打一个，
任人宰割。
他往左边走是满面队，往右边走是满面队，你还要吃到蓝圈的一次风。右边两个，
打一个，来跟我从右边烟，左边烟，他可能在烟里头。右边。
好的，让我们恭喜 IFTY 拿下了今天第一。잡혔어요. 정말 매서운 공격력이 한번 필요한 점이죠. 민서.
백도라 체력 절반.
지금 날카로워요 환이다. 수류탄.
못 들어갔어.
와, 민서 환이다. 뒤지고 빨리.
살짝 닿았어요. 자기장 살짝.
하자마자 이렇게 잘하고 있다가
아이고.
적극적으로 움직이다가 아수라가 램바 기절시켰고요. 하이다 기절 상태인데.
진진 무너졌어요. 네, 투하트.
이거 기절.
자, 이거 잡아내면 네. 자, 이거 내 친김에. 크리켓.
좀 이거죠.
네. 그 차이는 좀 아래쪽이고.
와! 도미니티!
26점 가자. 와! 그리고 하나 찍었고.
자, 돌면서
另外一边牛海撇封了侧线那边，直接往前冲。现在 MQ 要拉人，侧面的2个人，9K 和黑潮要硬顶牛海撇进攻的攻势。现在 MQ 已经倒第3个了，侧面人气势输出，牛海撇这一片烟封的也是非常的满，整个看不出任何的。
他应该是这波不够干拉这波，
在缺太，内心太差了。
小凯这波打机枪还漂亮，
刚好打了胳膊肘。
是的，贴防区的动作很诡异啊，因为孤存在这个窗口已经被打了，他还要去硬贴这个窗口，
方向，
直接必被淘汰。但是李克南拉出来，星星已经被打倒了，
因为他刚好你看明星方向看不到自由的，只能看到车吧。我现在信息是还是比较
来了，看这波下杀，完全没有想到牛海贝在这边
2个侧身，
突然袭击漂亮，也没有失误，再拿下一局。
빈 공간이 많이 없거든요. 그런 게 아니라 어느 정도 좀 교차가 됐어요.
그 바람에
자, 로아 기절.
와! 댐기지가 보세요.
불청피스 15.
파이러츠! 잡았어. 피오. 템. 소희.
자, 브레이크 선수.
그런 상황이었죠.
네. 자, VSG 선수를 무너뜨리고 있는 젠지거든요.
이노닉스 요새
여기서 하나
기세가
더.
상대가 맞는 거 아닌가요?
젠지 수비 무조건 여기서 보여줘야죠.
자, 그리고
로키가
로키.
노련하게 자, 그리고 좀 잘린 장면들이 있었지만 여기서만 해줄 수 있다면.
근데 왼쪽에 하나 더 있는데요. 넌 아직 죽을 때가 아니야. 이번엔 수비드가 아닙니다. 당신들끼리 합작해내면 오죠.
부상자 하나 수타연병 젠지.
这都是摇号的，这摇号怎么办？哦，扫下来一个
了。
Tank， 赶紧摸分。
摇号就算了，还好多截胡子，这怎么办呢 ？Hero 这个位置就很难再打了。
是的，
一直在狂拖，用投掷物。
哎，这波直接想要拉过来强打龙弟，直接被拔掉，盲目也没有掩体，最终被丢。但对方封了门口的烟，并且所有人都在厕所里面的时候，这是一个人他被烧进去了，这是一个挨打位了，烧进去了。 啊，应该全部都要没了。哇 ，Summer 这个火攻，
扑了过来，
哇，就是这波致命一杀，但被反杀了。
好的，一丝血，
我又打一个，
丝血。
我这边啊，
这样来的话，说实话真的不太好去说了，又打到了哇
！Tank 1穿3，
拿下这一局，14个淘汰。
자체를 넓게 줄 수가 있어서 와!
양쪽 갑니다. 풀칸 무엇보다 중요한 거. 정리가 됐을 텐데. 자, 하나.
이 열려 있기 때문에 아프리카 다른 게이밍이 그 하늘 정원을 쳐다볼 수가 있거든요.
네.
올라가서
필요해요. VSG가 올라가면 또 이상해지거든요. 오, 이지. 자, 뒤에 그 이지가
7발로 한 번 더. 와! 이런 것들이 어떻게 보면 아프리카
막내 데미지 많이 좋아요.
머리 때리려고 합니다. 좋아요. 지금 네번 타이밍 괜찮고요.
오, 여기까지 끌어줬어. 여기거든요.
다 끊어갑니다. 정면 수비. 이것도. 와! 아니, 오른쪽에 10발이나. 와! 오늘 16킬.
킬 주지 않나요? 자, 디렉션.
还有没有雷？但旁边的永远这个枪眼的角度非常好，瞬间连灭2人。小歪也被击倒了 ，OM 的这一波从外围包围。
哎呦，无伤第一时间做一波防守，拉到了拐角122这一侧，拿到了一个背身，放倒了一个。
他还能打，还能操作。
旁
边有人在架的，
很危险。第一个直接补。
哦， 就有个人在打药，所以根本就没有看，等于1打1。
是的，所以再来一次血，又打了一波，直接头皮枪法秒掉对。
如果是一个精准命中的话，还有机会打破僵尸，再给一颗，这一颗手雷放倒了 Migo， 球哥的血量也被压残，这一侧5位还有机会。
然后看到了图图秒掉了，最后的1v1，小鹿打12月，两个人都没有燃气，12月混进了眼里，全部都是软性燃气。再来过来，12月还在打别的地方，小鹿赢了，恭喜4M在这。
기절시키고 했는데 와 이건 뭐 그래
이거는 공동 타겟이 된다고 높아 보이고.
네 들어오는데요 이렇게 와 네.
들고 있었는데 부열로 기가 왔어요. 당겼어요.
걸려가지고
네.
맞습니다 VSG
오!
걸려서 좀
VSG!
와 성남 선수는 2층 체크 성장 들어왔습니다 와
진짜 단단한데요?
들었습니다 전투력에서 했습니다 결국에 그리고
마무리는
이제는 너무 좋았습니다
몸으로 들어올렸습니다.
자 마지막은
여기까지인 것 같습니다. 오제의 선수.
코로나19 영향으로 시작된 언택트 시대. 하지만 그 어떤 고난과 시련도 PUBG e스포츠 선수들의 열정과 그들을 응원하는 팬들의 마음을 막아설 수는 없었습니다. 그리고 그 기대에 부응하기 시작된 PUBG 컨티넨탈 시리즈가 드디어 올해 마지막 세 번째 이야기로 여러분들께 돌아왔습니다.
今年初の国際大会である PCS アジアチャリティーショーダウンをはじめ2回行われました PCS アジアまで全ての優勝を中国が独占しアジア最強の座に君臨しています。
2020年，中国 PUBG 迎来了高峰。作为最强者，势必要迎接来自各方的挑战。想要继续待在顶峰，那就绝对不能松懈。
纵观2020年，我们得到了一个启示。
当然，选手的体能和指挥官的判断固然非常重要，但为了站上亚洲顶点，这4位选手必须要展现出一体同心的美技。
가장 완벽한 하모니를 만들어내며 이번 PCS의 주인공이 될 팀은 어떤 팀이 될까요? 그 전장으로 떠날 준비가 되셨습니까? 올해 마지막 PCS에서 대한민국, 일본, 차이니스 타이페이의 반격이 시작될지 아니면 중국의 독주가 이번에도 이어지게 될지 그 최후의 전장이 될 PUBG 컨티넨탈 시리즈 3 아시아 그 첫 번째 경기를 바로 지금 시작합니다!
국적을 떠나서 같이 이제 경기를 하면서 폼을 유지하기 좋았던 대회인 것 같아요.
팬분들한테 좋은 경기 보여줄 수 있는 기회가 돼서 좋은 취지인 것 같아요.
失敗を恐れずトライしているところがすごいと思いました。
PCS 带来各式各样的挑战，我希望能跟其他国家一起克服这个过程。
我希望和其他63位选手一起带来一场精彩的比赛，给游戏迷们带来鼓舞，一起度过这段艰难的时间。
我想用漂亮的比赛来给观众和游戏迷带来一些动力。
恭喜 IFTY 14个了。아시아의 우승팀은 PSG가 되겠습니다. 그렇습니다.
接了一下，好像已经快抢了。
往前走，这个位头可以收，而且他还叫了
我觉得我们中国队伍还是会像以前一样强势，因为我感觉我们队伍，我们赛区的队伍在整体的变强，还在变强。
프레임이 지금 자국리그에서 1등하고 올라왔는데 PCS3에서도 그렇게 똑같이 할 수 있는지는 잘 모르겠어요.
我觉得这次比赛 PCS 会是一样的，一样是中国队夺冠。
이번에도 우승컵을 가져가는 거는 오산이다. 무조건 우리가 가져갈 거야.
시작하겠습니다. 임펜트리가 게임을 잡았다. 선수를 한 점 돌파하네요. 자 여기서 임펜트리.
没什么看法，就是那个时候状态好一点嘛。火力弱我是觉得，因为大家都知道自己有该做的事情做，不会發生一些無意義的對槍。然後我們還是以着打好自己為原則的，我們才有機會追上他們。
교전을 잘 풀어나가는 스타일, 4명에서 온전히 교전을 이기고 잘 밀고 들어가는 스타일이라서 그게 잘 먹혔던 것 같아요.
其实也没有吧，也没有说太大的担心。
인펜트리가 되게 인원 손실 없이 후반까지 잘 끌고 나가는 게 진짜 잘하는 팀이거든요. 그런 부분에서 되게 강팀이라고 느꼈어요.
그 승부의 전장으로 향하는 비행기 지금 이륙합니다. 주원경기가
한국 팀이 우승하면 국위 선양하는 느낌으로 그래도 1등하면 기분은 좋겠다.
T1이 되게 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬잖아요. 꼭 저희 팀이 아니더라도 한국 팀이 우승하면 기분은 좋으니까 되게 우승하길 바랬던 것 같아요.
没有什么负担吧，还是正常的比赛交流，并且当时体育很强，我们也没有说是有碾压的那种姿态去打的。
원 때는 인펜트리만 좀 잘한다는 느낌이었다면 투 때는 다른 팀들보다 더 잘하더라고요.
지랄맥스
们其实就是打好自己的，然后敢打敢拼一点。韩国队强在韧性，然后我们强在爆发。
연방 안에 Untitled PCS3 아시아의 우승팀은 TSG가 되겠습니다. 그렇습니다.
没有预想过 TSG 吧，因为当时 FTY 状态火热，觉得 FTY 希望比较大。
然后后面发现就他们状态非常的稳定，然后就后面几天就感觉他们很猛，然后最后一天他们夺冠了。
투표를 했잖아요. 근데 이제 IFTI나 기블리를 찍었었는데 우승을 다른 팀이 해버려가지고
우승까지는 못할 거라고 생각했죠.
결과 많이 놀랐긴 했죠.
有点大，延期了911，不能收枪，但还是被小 A 利用身法。
就大家整体实力都上来，可能是他们在比赛中没有找到自己的节奏吧。
또 한 번 1등을 했다고 늘어지지 않고 열심히 해야 된다는 걸 좀 보여주는 계기가 되지 않을까라고 생각하고 있어요.
우리나라 팀들도 다 잘하기 때문에 그날그날 컨디션이나 아니면 선수들의 멘탈 그게 굉장히 중요하게 작용할 것 같아요. 꼭 한국팀이 우승을 해서 올해 막바지를 멋있게 장식했으면 좋겠습니다.
我觉得我们渴望跟任何队伍交手，因为来到 PCS3 队伍没有弱队，只有打败了其他队伍才能拿冠军。
후반을 위해서 전력 손실을 최소한으로 줄이려고 하는 거라 그런 부분에서 좀 많이 비슷한 것 같아요. 인펜트리는 그만큼 후반까지 약간 좀 소극적이라고 할 수도 있지만 우리는 과감해야 할 땐 과감해야 한다고 생각하기 때문에 그런 부분에서 차이가 좀 있는 것 같아요.
不是很认可，我们教堂落地15秒就把他们结束了。那一盘我们拿了24杀吃鸡，确实当时他们也挺强的，还是需要再拿一些大赛上的冠军来证明自己。
我觉得他们队伍的优点应该是在沙漠图，因为他们沙漠图拿分都挺平均的，而且还都挺高的。他们的缺点，我觉得他们挺一根筋的，好吧？
개개인의 피지컬이나 센스가 그 팀의 장점인 것 같아요. 슈퍼 플레이어들이 많다는 거. 그게 양날의 검인 것 같아요, 그 팀에. 성공하면 완전 대박. 그러니까 못하면 완전 그냥 꼴찌. 하기 싫어하는 사람도 있고 절대 안 빼고 하고 싶다는 팀들도 있고 PCS 첫 경기를 열어봐야지 이제 아실 것 같아요.
我们 PCS3 还是不会改变落点的，因为我们在 PCS2 的话，落点是赢了9把，而他们只赢了1把。我们这次还会给他继续揉，争取让他们一次都赢不了。
让大家一起努力，然后为大家还是奉上一场比较精彩的比赛，鼓励大家。这次我们会全力以赴嘛，不管怎么样的结果我都能接受。
我们争取就把自己的状态提上去，然后拿到前3名。
因为我们队的最近状态还是很不错的嘛，然后决心的话就非常的有自信嘛。
我们会把最精彩的比赛呈现给大家。
PCS3，我们能进 PCS3算是一个奇迹吧。我们希望把这份奇迹延续到我们拿冠军的那一刻。
저희 한국 팀들이 보여줄 때가 되지 않았나. 한국 팀의 선전 되게 기대해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
PCS3에서는 제대로 달릴 수 있게끔 준비하겠습니다.
꼭 우승할 생각으로 게임에 임하도록 하겠습니다.
이번 대회 절대 후회 없이 우승해보도록 하겠습니다.
목표는 당연히 우승. 더 이상 중국한테 1등 안 뺏기고 싶어서 계속 칼을 갈고 있어요.
応援してくれている方々のためにも持てる力を全力で出し切っていきます。
我们的决心就是全力以赴。
Welcome everybody, it is time for the final PUBG Continental Series of the year. We're kicking things off here in Asia. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been an incredible year here for PUBG Esports in 2020, and it all comes down to this. So many games, so many teams throughout this entire year. Paper Thin and G-Clef joining me for PCS3 Asia. Guys, we cannot wait to get this underway. This year in Asia, it's been the story of China, G-Clef.
Yes.
They have dominated throughout the year. They look to be so strong, so good. A couple of the teams have been to every single PCS so far. I guess the real question on everyone's mind, can anybody topple them?
Yep. From the charity, PCS1, PCS2, China, and China. All Chinese wins coming out where it seemed like for the Korean teams, oftentimes it was possible, but at the end, especially towards the end, the last day, they seem to be falling down from that top spot, going down to 3rd or 4th or 6th. So it has been a big fight between the two regions, mostly some Japanese team climbing up into the top 10. I think that's the realistic result that we might be looking at, but that's going to be the main big fight between China and Korea. Is China going to take it again for the 4th time in 2020, or is it going to be Korea for the first time and the last time of 2020 taking that PCS trophy from Asia?
Yeah, we're seeing so many stars rising in the Chinese region this year, well beyond what we've seen before, and the player level continues to escalate. Teams get better and better and better as time has gone along. And it's just incredible to watch these players. I mean, not just long skirt anymore. There are so many other players that we could talk about, not just the 4 a.m. players like Forever. There's other guys that are going to be coming into this event that I am really excited to see on a global stage.
Yep, you might be saying, who are these players? Who are these teams that we have never heard before? Yes, there are lots of new teams, especially from China, and they have lots of crazy talented players, just like long skirt. There are a bunch of long skirt, bunch of POs out there, and they have basically carried the team through PCL, and they are here with PCS3. And still, where is Trumpet Song Gaming? Where'd they go? It is because these superstars have taken them down.
You're absolutely right. It's just crazy how competitive it is in China. But these are the teams that have qualified in your overview for the schedule. So again, we're starting things off with Asia, and then coming up later in the day will be NA. We do that Thursdays and Fridays for 3 weeks. On the weekends, you get APAC and Europe. And let me tell you, you don't want to miss any of this. There are so many good teams in so many regions. It's just been an incredible year, and it all comes down to this, and I'm so excited for this finale. Now, here we have from Korea, OG Anentis, Africa Freaks, Gen.G, Griffin, VRLU, Ghibli, and OPGG. They've been a lot of these teams you know and love. I think OPGG might be, people remember OPGG from the Face It Global Summit last year.
Long time ago, or 2018 if you go all the way back into a long time ago, like PGI, all the way back to the ESCA days if you remember that far. And also, you see some new names coming from China, 4 Angry Men, or Infantry, Tiemba. I'm pretty sure you guys all know about them, but Multi-Circle Gaming, New Happy, Patricia Road, these are sort of the new teams that came on top from PCL, and they are, guys, they are explosive. When they are on that C4, they can explode and get like 14 kills, 16 kills in a single round, so be careful. And that's not all. We also have Destination Gaming White, a Sun Sister from Japan, and K7 Esports, and GEX.
Yeah, I think don't count out, especially I've got my eyes on Detonation Gaming White from Japan. I always say that I think they're the most mechanically skilled team in Japan, and that tends to carry over well into international events. When you're a mechanically skilled team, you tend to do well at international events because of how important kill points are. So here's the overview for the map rotation. We're gonna start with Miramar. I was kind of hoping we might start with Erangel due to a battle we'll talk about, everyone knows about. We'll get into that later.
Just wait until match 3.
Let's hold on, hold our horses. But Miramar 2 games, then Erangel 2 games. So 4 games per day, just like PCS2. Again, 6 weeks. And of course, the point system, you guys all know and love it. We've had it for forever. The prize pool, a whopping $200,000 US dollars, plus 12.5% of in-game sales. So get out there, get into the PUBG clients, and get those skins, because they are super awesome. That VSS skin, you can see it, the top right. Oh, so good, G-Clef.
Quality coming out from PUBG, of course. Bought it moment they came out. Had to get it, and then
I know.
Someone my money in that prize pool too now.
We can help these players out, support the scene, and get yourself some really cool skins as well. So make sure you guys are out there doing that. Of course, there's the Pick'em Challenge. You guys all know about that. You get to pick which teams you think are going to win each region, and if you purchase some of the skins, you get some of those Pick'ems. You can also get Pick'ems by watching us. So we have our own unique codes coming up for you guys in our region, in the English one, so you don't have to watch any others. They're going to be here, and we're really really excited about that. And of course, there's going to be the quiz again. So everything you guys liked from PCS2 is going to come back. Now, so the winners of the regional qualifiers, these are the 4 teams that won their regions. OG and Entus dominant in Korea, just like they were during PKL3 last year when going into PGC. So this is late stage OG and Entus. Same thing with 4 Angry Men. For whatever reason, these guys in the fall seem to really pick it up.
And they're really good in their regional qualifiers and regional tournaments, but when they go to global, they just not have the trophy. They just cannot climb up that first place. They can in certain days, but they can't really be consistent as the other teams. Will this be the time for OGN or 4AM to get that trophy? This will prove us a lot. We have a lot of questions before we go into the actual match.
Absolutely. I mean, so many interesting storylines to follow, all of them converging here at PCS3 Asia, the final event of 2020 for PUBG Esports. And I've got to also mention K7. So K7 from Chinese Taipei. You have GEX and K7 coming from Chinese Taipei. GEX, the mainstay from the PML. They're always here. They're always doing well. But you guys are going to recognize the names on K7 because they are the old GEX Ace roster.
Yes, they're back.
They're back. They have a new team. And interestingly enough, they have an interesting owner, which I'm not going to say exactly what. You guys got to watch the next episode of the PUBG Esports news show, which should come out very soon. We recorded it last week. We're just getting it ready. And there's an interesting story about this team. So I'm going to save it. I'm going to tell you guys to make sure you check out that on the PUBG Esports YouTube channel. Make sure you go. If you're watching us there already, fantastic. But if you want to check out those PUBG Esports news videos, definitely head on over there because there's some fun facts about that K17 that we drop in there. This team, though, I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. OG and Entus is my pick for this event, G-Clef. I think
they were extremely dominant. I do have to agree. Cut you off there, but they were in a dominant form, possibly the most dominant form from PKL now, of course, Korean qualifiers of PCS, as they were in basically 280 points in total at the end, and second place was 231. That's a big gap between first and second.
Yeah, they absolutely dominated, and it wasn't just Under leading the way for the frags. Under and Indigo have been very good fraggers for OG and Entus, but this time it has been Songjong as well, really picking up his game. Kale fitting in there as a nice kind of sub-order play caller, doing helping out Songjong with the main order play calling. So really exciting here. This team, though, was explosive in China. I mean, we saw it at PGC last year that even if 4AM struggles throughout the year, there's still that potential for them to power up and come in and dominate an event.
Yeah, exactly. And their contest against VLG in Erangel might just happen again, as both teams had the shout out. We heard it from the interviews that they are not willing to back up from the landmark school apartments. That's exactly where they should go. Even had scrims just 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They were still contesting for that spot. So if that's going to happen, I don't think 4AM is going to be taking that much of a trophy chance if they keep on contesting for that spot. Maybe it's time to move away, but they do end up with a win, though. That's the thing. Usually 4AM does win that duel.
Yeah, they've been much better recently in that fight. Now, this team right here, Detonation Gaming White, this is a team that I think if they play their absolute best PUBG for 3 weeks, if they're at their top form, they have a chance to make top 5. Now, I think that's going to be extremely difficult for them, but Machao has been playing incredibly well for Detonation Gaming White. This guy is absolutely cracked.
And the fact that they have kept a same roster for such a long time, I think it gives a lot of the movements and potential to have that teamwork down in this big global stage when they have a lot of experience too. But the thing is, the Japanese rotation did not really work in these global stages as much. Will this be the chance for them to actually overcome that stage? Because they've been having setting up a lot of those trap spots in the middle to get those pickup kills, really hurting the other teams in the rotation. But other than those kills, they didn't really have massive explosive kills to actually win the chicken dinner on their own strength. But will this be the PCS for Japan this time? I have the answer by the end.
I tell you what, I really hope so. And Machao, they lovingly call him Japanese Pio. That's literally what they call him. They think very highly of that player, so excited to see it. K7, I mean, these guys, we know they're really good in their region, and from time to time, we've seen teams from Chinese Taipei play well on the international stage. We saw it with Curzon earlier this year, where they came out like gangbusters and played very well at the Charity Showdown. But since then, it's been pretty disappointing. These guys, though, Savior, Locksock, Buyohu, Zennan. This is a very well-balanced team, and if they get firing, they could put on a real show for us.
Yep, the ex-Global Esports asset Ace from the last PCS, the PCS2, 15 place. So nearly at the end, they basically became food for everyone else. But if they pick up the rotational speed, the main problem from what I could tell was the rotational speed, which is very different by the region, but China's on top. They go in really deep at the first circle, second circle, but it is not the same. When you come to the global stage, you just have to kick things and press on that pedal to go right into the circle sometimes. And if they go with that faster rotational speed, I think they can do a lot better this time.
Yeah, I think speed is a real key to the Asia region because of the center circle meta that has evolved throughout this year. There are a few teams that like to play edge, and we'll get into that. But let's talk about some of our former champions. Genji, Infantry, Tianba, really looking to turn it around. Genji, 2020. This roster, when they put it together, when you saw it on paper, everybody's knees were shaking across the globe.
The dream team of PUBG. Is this really happening? It happened.
But
and then what happened?
Not much. It's not. It hasn't been the Genji that we expected. It's been a struggle for them. Now, that being said, in the most recent Korea qualifiers, Pio, of course, is always great. He's always either first or second top fragger in Korea. But Inonix finally showed up. He finally got his barrel under control. He's been struggling with it this year. Now he finally found the right grip, the right strength, and the right movement to use it, and he has been much, much better. And we've also been seeing some 3x sprays from these guys, and that's always fun to watch.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wrote down here too. As Loki and Onyx, there was somewhat of a slump up and down, but more of a downhill compared to Pio and Aqua 5. Aqua 5 is just solid, always a great backup player. Pio just doing Pio things all the time. But in Onyx, not really becoming as well as the turret, what we would say, the turret from Korea, and Loki not really keeping up with that wing line from the side that has been hurting the team a lot, but Pio always strong. I think they can do so well again from Korea there.
We know these guys. We know how good they are. We saw the 24 kill game during PCS2. Infantry are monsters. You cannot fight them on even footing, it feels like, and win. They're just too good. What impresses me so much about Infantry is their tactical movement in small fighting situations, G-Clef. Their ability to work together in those, especially like one team versus one team battles, is top-notch.
Yeah, and they can actually, I think they have a lot of chance to actually take the second title from PCS Asia, Longskirt and 9. Those two players are just out of control. When they shoot, every single time they click, they land a shot. They're amazing. Even if you see how they're playing, you can't even believe your eyes sometimes of how good their shots actually are. Even they're out like 200, 300, 400, they're crazy with those shots.
Yeah, and Longskirt, once again, just absolutely wrecking people in the PCL. He does it all over. You never get tired of it, frankly. He's so good. He's so fun to watch. And if you haven't seen that 24 kill game from PCS2, you gotta go see it at PCS2 Asia.
One thing I saw a lot from PCL was that Infantry and Tianba, because of somewhat of similar style and rotation, they have been bumping into each other very, very often, hurting each other's play style and team play. But it seems like neither one wants to back out from that style, as changing the style and changing the rotation, it requires a whole maybe 3-4 months ahead of time before going into the tournament. So they might actually bump into each other a lot, just like PCL back in China. Let's see how it comes down, because this team is certainly looking for that trophy again.
Of course, you cannot count any of the Chinese teams out, in my opinion. I mean, not just 4AM, not just Tianba, not just Infantry. We'll talk about the other 3 teams as well, because they are just as capable, I think, of winning this. These guys, they're really, really good, man. They're really solid all around. There's no real weakness that I see in Tianba, other than what you kind of mentioned, that they do have similar ideas to Infantry on how they approach their rotations and other things. And this is actually something I've been noticing, that in general, it seems like every event there's like 2 teams from China and 2 teams from Korea that rotate very similarly, and they're constantly butting heads with each other and kind of causing a little bit of issues in their rotations. That's kind of fun to watch, though, because you get to see these very, very good teams square off against each other.
Yeah, Tianba 4 out of 4 PCS appearance. It doesn't seem to be a surprise, but this time they barely made it. If they didn't get that chicken dinner at the last match from PCL, they would have not made it here. So that gives you some more thoughts before putting a vote on them, saying, okay, They barely made it to PCS3 Asia. Maybe not this time, but they're still very strong. Infantry has been hurting them a lot. And if they actually dodge that rotation, especially in Erangel, I think Tianba can also do just fine.
Yeah, I mean, I really have high hopes for this team, high expectations for this team as well. Infantry, of course, should be a lot of people's favorites. You can actually see the predictions here. So 4 a.m., very popular. Genji and Infantry, not too surprising. There's a few picks out there for Afrika. Now, I find that to be pretty interesting.
Hey, where's OGN?
Where's OGN? I think OGN is my pick.
Right.
Yeah, that's everybody. Nobody believes, but I believe. I believe the time has come to end the curse. G-Clef, the OGN enters fourth. Curse, I think, ends this tournament. That's my opinion on this, but I don't know. What do you think? I want to know your prediction.
If I had to pick my dark horse, I would actually say MCG, Multisoc Gaming. I think they're a really strong dark horse coming into the tournament. As 4 a.m. Genji, of course there are lots of fans out there. I'm not going to pick those two teams, but I think Afrika actually has a good shot this time. I think Afrika, in a global tournament, just like OGN, a little bit lower compared to OGN. They have placed themselves around 10, maybe around 8, around 11, sometimes towards the bottom when it comes to global stages. But this time, Afrika Freaks, they do, to me, they feel different. Not just in rotation and how well they can actually have those close combat fights, but because China has been dominant in those close combat fights, often the Chinese win. When it came to China versus Korea team, just 4v4. Afrika actually has a lot of chance. I see a lot of that potential, which is only 6.5% right down there on the screen, but I'm having high hopes for Afrika.
All right, Afrika, it is one of the few teams that likes to play edge more often than not in the Asia region, especially in the Korea scene. Now, there aren't too many teams that are doing more edge than not. They go middle, but they're not afraid to play the edge, where a lot of teams just seem to just bomb into the middle and just try to, set up shop there these days.
Yeah, OPGG will also try to do the same sometimes, only if they are far away from the circle, but they do like to rotate late into the circle. That has been the key order of OPGG. Sometimes that actually brought them into PCS3. So I did love those big shot calls. Let's just wait for the next circle and try to go in. So they find the perfect timing of drive. They drive in, and when they're driving in, they see the next circle pop up, and they directly just go into the center and says, okay, this is it. It has to be the timing. And oftentimes they make a pretty good rotation. And I do love their driving skills on Miramar too.
Yeah, their Miramar driving skills are very strong. And I'd say they're also really good at breaching compounds and defending.
Oh, yes.
They seem to really have a knack for being able to attack a defended position well and then hold it off. They might lose a member or two in the process, but I can't remember too often where they decide to send it at a compound and just get bopped. Like, they are very, very strong in their close quarters combat in terms of compounds. Like, I don't want to say in open fields, I'd say they're a little lower than a lot of the other teams, but when there's a building there, for whatever reason, they've really got that down.
And Paper, I have a question for you. If you have to pick a dark horse within the 16 teams, I know you have your winner pick, but if you had to pick a dark horse, maybe one of them from the newer teams, who would it be?
New Happy.
New Happy?
New Happy is definitely for me. I think you guys got to keep your eyes out on Ming Ming. Ming DD is what he's going to show up as on the screen. He goes by Ming Ming. The guy is cracked. He is currently being labeled the new Longsker in China. So this guy, I guarantee, unless he's got some jitters, this is his first time kind of performing on a big stage like this, so maybe there could be some jitters involved. But I tell you what, if this guy performs at his top level, he is going to put on a show for you.
Yep, it's usually either you hit the jackpot or you just leave your seat and go home. Basically, these teams have been carried by 1-2 players that are just hard hitters all the time, hard punchers, uppercuts all around. But when they get knocked, when they go down, the other members, they fall apart at the same time. So there's a big risk of just unleashing this guy out in the field. Okay, do whatever you want, but if you go down, the rest of the squad is like, oh, what do we do now?
Yeah, it is a little bit. Where New Happy goes is going to depend on Ming Ming. Where Ming Ming goes, New Happy will follow. So definitely got to keep our eyes on him. He could really splash. He could make a big splash here. I don't know. We haven't seen him on the international stage. He's kind of on a new roster as well for, a Chinese region. They're a new team here in 2020. So this is going to be really exciting. There's so many really good teams here. It's hard for me to just even think there's a dark horse out of China or Korea because they're so good. But yeah, I would say New Happy is probably the one that I think people are going to be most shocked by. MCG, of course, very, very good. Petrichor Road. really strong as well. You can't count any of these teams out. Petrichor Road just won the Weibo Cup yesterday. I think it finished up.
Just yesterday, less than 24 hours ago, I think.
Yeah, which is crazy. So they just beat a bunch of these teams that are in this lobby, including MCG, Tianba, Infantry, all the good Chinese teams were there, and they were able to take that chicken dinner and the win home. So I'm really excited about them. I think this is a really kind of gut check moment, though. I want to go back to Korea a little bit. I think there's a gut check moment for Korea. Korea dominated 2019 globally. Is that going to be the case here? Are they going to be able to have the redemption story here at the end of 2020?
Oh, maybe just like the PGC, but might not be the same as 2020 has been dominant from China, basically, all around Asia. And this is going to be a long tournament, 3 weeks. So beginning today, 2 days each. And a lot of the teams will be doing a whole lot of studies in between the teams. So I think that's going to be kicking in effect, especially when we go from a week to the second week. Then a lot of teams suddenly make a different rotation because they have done all the studies of the other teams, where they like to go, what spot they are picking in, and everything just changes in, I guess it will be day 3 for us when we go into next week. So keep an eye on those changes as we go through all the teams. It's going to be a long tournament, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and especially for the Super Rookie Stars. Might be a stage spotlight right on them, as they might actually just explode and become the new PO, and put their names for themselves in the stage.
Yeah, it's really interesting that I want to mention this because you just said PO, and I immediately thought of this. When I looked through, they asked the players who they most wanted to either see or play against.
Ah, yes.
And almost everyone in China said PO. Almost everyone said PO. There were a few that said something else, but basically it's PO. It's PO across the board that everyone wants to play against. Of course, we know he's been the best player in Korea. Even though Genji has kind of struggled a little bit this year, he's still been the top fragger in almost every event in Korea, regardless.
There was just another tournament in Korea called the BWS, and PO, even though Genji did not get first place, I believe Genji was week 1, second, week 2, third, or the other way.
Something like that.
Yeah, but PO actually still got the MVP for week 1 and 2. It's MVP usually comes from the first place team, but PO still got the MVP. That just tells you, it gives you a little more hint how good he still is.
Absolutely. All right, it sounds like the game is ready.
Oh, yes.
It is going to be match number 1 here at PCS3 Asia. This is going to kick off the last PCS for the year across the globe. Asia, NA, and then on the weekends, APAC and EU. And we begin our journey on Miramar. Plane path is up, looks pretty favorable, just a 45-degree angle across the middle, so nothing super crazy. There are a few sort of contested drop spots on Miramar during the scrims, G-Clef. A little bit around Minas Generales and a little bit around Chumacera. So those are kind of the 2 areas I have my eyes on more so than any others.
Yes, and there was some skirmishes around Pecado challenging Genji during the scrims. But I don't think that's going to be a big contest for any other teams, because that's basically where Genji goes all the time. You don't really contest against them because they've been on that spot for such a long time. And experience comes in very handy when you go into that early 4v4.
I'm a little sad we don't have TSG here because they are such a good Miramar team. They're such a pleasure to watch on this map. But Entis, I think, is probably the best Miramar team in this lobby right now. Now, Sun Sisters are great in their region on Miramar. It doesn't really translate into the global tournaments very well, and there is maybe a little bit of a vehicle contest between GEX and MCG potentially, but it looks like MCG is going to back off. They realize they're kind of outnumbered here a bit.
Yeah, man, then you don't want to go into those kind of challenges this early. Ooh, and the first circle pops. Half water, half land, paper thin. What have you got?
Well, G-Clev, I don't know if you know this, but I drink a lot of coffee.
I do.
And that tends to create chaos in PUBG. And no doubt I had a very large coffee before this one started. And it is a potential island circle here. And if it gets to the islands, there's actually a little bit of an interesting kind of Korean historical, cultural thing that I'd like to talk about. But we'll see if it goes there, and if we'll get to that. But that first circle, what better way to kick things off here for PCS3 than that?
Oh, yes, and a great circle. 4 infantry is basically on the screen. Long skirt, exactly the reason why he's going to be firing. He's going to be explosive again, taking a lot of those members down. This guy should still be the MVP for all around. We say a lot about Pio, but Long skirt you can't count him down. He's a force to be reckoned with from China. So good. Another great circle for Entus, also right on top of Impala. They don't have that much better of a looting, but at the beginning, they spread out 1-1-1-1, oftentimes grabbing a lot of land in the circle.
Yeah, so if you watched PCS2, you've seen some of this Entus splitting. This is kind of what they've been doing on these more Eastern-heavy circles. Now, there's an interview here. I want you to give me some insight here.
시켜서 치킨을 먹을 생각이고 원을 안 줘도 꾸역꾸역 치고 들어가서 다른 팀들 뒤통수를 잡고 킬을 먹으면서 점수를 올릴 생각이에요.
Saying there they want to just keep the spot, and even if they have to bump into someone else, they will try to take the space away and just grab those chicken dinners if it's possible. And before, I think he said that they will be containing a lot of land on their own and keep those spaces safe for themselves. What is Dengche trying to do here?
Dengche is doing some sneaky stuff. I see this a lot in both Korea and China, where they'll send out one player to do some sneaky stuff. They get a read on a drop, and then they try to pick off this single lone player who's on his own. In this case, it's Zhao Yang, the play caller for Infantry, who's out here on his own. The rest of Afrika is a bit far off. Let's see if this one's going to kick off anytime soon. Dengche does have that AK, and up close and personal, everybody knows it. The AK shreds. If you can land, especially that first headshot, you basically are going to get a kill for free. And Zhao Yang, I don't think is any the wiser.
Idea.
He misses it. He misses it. Zhao Yang only half damage here, so he's running down the hill, and he's trying to get out of dodge. But look at this, what's in front of him, G-Clef, nothing. He has nowhere to run. It's going to require the rest of Infantry to get here to help him. I don't know. Typically, the Chinese teams will fight if they feel it's worth it. In this case, I'm not sure.
This case, I don't think so, because a lot of their teammates are actually way too far away. Might as well just run and look for your chances. That's exactly why he's going downhill, not too much angle against the Afrika Freaks who tried to get that easy kill. Dengche, what a sneaky man right there.
He almost got it. Half damage, but it looks like Zhao Yang does find enough of the downcline in the hill to cover himself for now. Afrika not super aggressive, and I'm not going to say I blame them. They know full well who's dropping in that compound. They know it's Infantry. They don't want to mess with them if they don't have to. All four of the players on Infantry in up-close and personal fighting, some of the best in the business.
Yeah, from the flash that we have just seen there, the stun grenade, I don't think Afrika exactly knew if he actually got out from those compounds, so he will be safe for now. You're going towards that Impala side. The rest of the squad should be waiting for him right there. But he's going to lose a lot of the looting time.
Yeah, Zhao Yang gets out of there very nicely. Good idea to just piece on out right away, not waste too much time there. And even though it is a bit of a dangerous cross, cutting across that field, he's able to make it work in time and regroup with the rest of his team in Impala. So 4 a.m., the top team from the PCL has found their way into the northern part of the circle. They drop around Hacienda, and that is uncontested for them on this particular map.
Yeah, that's exactly where 4 a.m. actually stayed oftentimes during PCL. And they got a lot of, because they're so high up, they got a lot of those skill or even stealing kills to grab those sweep points because it forces a big rotation around Al-Azhar all the way towards the east, then you have to bump into some other team. And knowing that rotation has to be done, yeah, 4 a.m. cuts right in the middle early on.
Oh, the battle now between Entus and Infantry. Indigo finds Longsker, gets some shots into him. Now, Longsker is able to get back. Indigo is going to pop the tire just for good measure to make sure that vehicle isn't available for Infantry. But wisely, I think once again, Infantry is going to be back off. So this is Infantry trying to reach out a little bit with solo members. And for now, it's being kind of sought after by the Korean teams, doing a good job watching, I think, what the Chinese teams have been doing and reacting. You got to give the coaching staff a lot of credit here.
Oh, yes.
Because they're finding these isolated players, and even though they're not getting kills, they're bopping them out of the positions. Code. Get the code.
Code
it's
time.
There.
It's gone. You've seen it. Take a screenshot.
Hopefully you got it. Put it in spam in chat.
I'm pretty sure it's up there. Guys, you know you get some time to put that up there, so no pressure. And they've been doing a lot of 2-2 split, but knowing how aggressive they actually have to be against Infantry, they had the 3-man push. This is exactly what they planned going into game 1, saying, okay, Infantry will be a big contest towards the end of the tournament. We got to bring them down now, and that's actually a really smart idea, pushing them down, Impala.
Yeah, and they're hedging their bets that if this circle shifts south, it's probably going to stay on the mainland. and if there is an island circle, then everything all your plans and ideas get thrown out the window. They're gonna leave Songjong out on his own. I wouldn't really call this an anchor. This is more just like him trying to keep this territory available if it shifts north.
Exactly, just in case of the next circle popping all the way north, because the rest of the squad is totally in Impala. They can probably get out if they have some vehicle control, which I don't think they have too much now because there was infantry and also a few other teams rotating into Impala's side. Now, right across from the road, there's the factory line.
All right, this team, Petrichor Road, Pero, is what we're going to call them for short, is now, man, infantry can just not catch a break. Everybody has their sights set on these guys on the circle, and it makes sense. This is a circle that's right on top of their drop spot. It's right in their home. It's an area of the map that they know very well, and you want to kind of try to set them off balance, put them a little bit on guard so they can't make the easy rotations that maybe they've seen them do. And it's nice to see not just the Korean teams doing it, now also Petrichor Road knows full well that infantry is going to be up there as one of the teams to worry about. And speaking of, now Gokuri from Detonation Gaming White. Gokuri, by the way, played really, really well in the OSM back a couple weeks ago here in Korea. So that's a guy who's been heating up. And if that whole Detonation Game White team can get firing along with Machao, watch out. These guys have real potential.
That's one knock on Longsker. Let's see, a lot of the teams has been putting eyes on him as we are about to have the second circle pop. Woo! Woo! That's still half water.
Oh my gosh, that is absolutely abysmal. Absolutely abysmal. Now, I want to throw this out there. It's not likely that it's going to go to the islands with how this circle shifted. It's pretty unlikely, but in theory, that smaller island, it can end there. It's extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely, especially with the esports settings.
Yes.
It is possible. It's happened once before with the esports settings, so it can happen in theory, but I've only ever seen it happen once in my entire 2.5 years of casting PUBG, and it wasn't even an event I was doing. I was just watching a random, I think it was an APAC event or something.
Ooh, Entis actually going into challenge against Afrika, getting a lot of knocks, and they will be picking up kills. Entis, the rest of the squad does come. Hanxia is left alone in that top.
Whoa, Pero's rotating around the outside of this. Under's going to go down to Hanxia. Is that going to be a flush? No. Kale comes to save the day, and Entis just bops Afrika right on out of here. A good start for Entis. This is the more aggressive Entis that we've been seeing in Korea, in PCS3 Korea. They were much more aggressive than we're used to seeing. The patient OGN that tries to wait till late game is no more. Now they go for kills much earlier when they sense weakness.
Yeah, that was actually a 2v3 or 2v4. Entis had less members to contest against, but Afrika actually bumping into them did lose that fight. I think they wanted to challenge Entis, knowing that they have a pretty good spot. Did not really work out for Afrika this time. Oh my gosh. Oh, look at those sprays.
Indigo, absolutely beastly. He is stepping up so big. Under's been so clutch for them in late game situations. Indigo is just this all-around fantastic fragger. He's going to get it done for you early and late. The guy has been really, really getting better and better as the year has gone on.
And they still have the entire squad with that many kill points. What a start for OG and Entis. Because we had seen some kills. They're actually moving away out into the circle, all the way.
Poor K7 probably thought there's no way anybody's going to be up on the coast watching this rotation that we're going to try on the boat. And here's Griffin, who doesn't mind hanging out in the blue for a couple phases.
Exactly.
This is something you got to worry about with Griffin. They'll come in late because they tend to drop on the edges. They'll either drop Valle del Mar or Alcantara. And so for them, they don't mind this. This is right in their wheelhouse. This is at their home, and they're making K7 pay a bit. Now, K7 is pretty split up. This is going to be really challenging for them to just get into these circles safely, not only because they're really far out and Griffin is here, but also because half the circle is water and there's just not a lot of space to get in.
Yeah, you mentioned the good part about Griffin. They don't actually pick fights. They run away from fights, working outside of circle, late rotations, trying to go in after at the edge of second circle or into the third circle. But because they ran into K7, they basically had to shoot there. Usually you would be seeing a lot more Griffin avoiding fights compared to this.
I really like Griffin's new style with Juanita. A lot of you guys are going to recognize that name from the old VLG teams.
Oh, yes.
Now he is the play caller for Griffin, and Asura has kind of stepped into more of a support role with Two Heart and Minsung being your top fraggers. Two Heart is your frontliner. He's just absolutely crazy all the way around, and we're heading towards Puerto. This is going to be fun. The hills around Puerto are really interesting. They're pretty steep, but there is quite a bit of terrain to work with. And actually, this part of the map I like because it also has some of the grass and other soft cover that obscures vision just a little bit.
Yeah, even across from the road, you do have that steep line where you can actually keep the entire squad. Even with some vehicles, there might be a few squads lining towards the beach side. That's exactly the good circle that K7 has been waiting for, and they will be good to go land in that beach side, as we don't really see anyone from Puerto Paraíso right now. But all the other teams coming from that eastern road right now, they will be putting up a lot of fight.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, and you don't want to get forced into Puerto Paraíso in this situation because leaving that city is next to impossible. Like we mentioned, the hill is so steep on the side. Where OPGG is, they're giving you a great shot of this. I love our observers. They're so good. They always know what I'm talking about, even though they don't listen to us. They have so much control as OPGG on top of this hill of all of Puerto. You basically can't get out. All right, over to Juanita. Now they've rolled up on the backside of 4 AM. And again, the blue is their home. They do not mind this. Good grenade here. Looks like it's right next to Crazy. Gonna get the knock from Juanita. Now Godby taking some serious damage. He's getting knocked as well. All right, it's starting to fall apart, but Asura gets knocked from Forever. So far, not clean. Minsung is down. It's a 2-on-2, 2-on-1. Make that a 2-on-1. Just Lu left, spraying some shots. Good!
Xiaolu
Headshot.
getting that shot in, but 3 members down. How many can you actually get that res? Can you actually get the final kill? It is going to be up to 1-1 now. Two Heart versus Xiaolu. They're quite away, so maybe 4 AM will be looking to get few of their members up. And I think Griffin's just running away from this fight right now as they're still in blue.
Yeah, this is Phase 3 blue, so you can res and heal fast enough, but once it transitions to Phase 4, there's not enough time to heal.
You just have to go.
You're just dead. So Two Heart's going to take that vehicle and run over to VLG. There is Spirit down. Deva is very hurt. Lambu, the play caller for VLG, on the backside, trying to hold things down as New Happy is bearing down on them. They've got Ming DD already encroaching, but we have lost a member of New Happy here already, so not the end of the world. Entis looks to be trying to potentially third-party this fight.
This is exactly where the contest is going to be, right at the edge of that road, at the corner, before you go down to Puerto Paraíso. Here, you have Ming Ming. This is the player that Paper Thin you have been mentioning so many times. There's Lambu that does peek out, but it's not really as. He's the last one out. He has to look for the perfect shot.
He hasn't seen
really
him.
patient.
Ming
That's a shot.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of damage there. Isn't able to hold it down.
We still got to go into the circle or else he's going to drop.
Yeah, it's really tough now for Ming Ming, as now Lambu's just going to back off. They know by the kill feed that New Happy is basically down and out except for their last member. Speaking of down and out, Griffin is going to be the first team to fall here at PCS3 Asia. Just too many teams in the way because of these crazy circle shifts for them to get through, and 4 AM held very fast, very strong. 4 AM, in fact, getting 2 of their members back up. Godby and Forever still kicking, as this one centers up to the outside of Puerto. So, unfortunately for K7, it's been a rough one. They've had to get on boats to get to where they are, but coming out of Puerto, if OPGG decides to not let them, they're pretty much not going to get out.
Oh yes, it's going to be tough. OG and Entis, they got some kills. They got a lot of kills, in fact, but still, because of the circle changes, cannot really contest, go all the way towards the south. There are a lot of teams spotting them out of the circle, and I don't think Indigo's looking for any more points. Maybe some more when 4 AM's coming in, but it's going to be hard to keep himself alive with not that many heals that I saw on screen.
Yeah, the lifespan is not very long here for Indigo. Oh, what a shot on the Forever, though. Quickly done. Of course, the circle helping, doing the early damage for that. Now Godby and Xiaolu, they're just watching this. Their teammate is down and out. It is Phase 4, so there is no getting back to him. Only one more first aid kit after this one for Indigo. Now the 4 Angry Men decide there is no hope for their teammate, and they can't seem to really get a bead on Indigo. But how many first aid kits does Forever have? He was even kind enough to drop a few outside there. Not kind enough. You're actually slowing the looting down, and now infantry's 9. And that's it. The blue was too much for 4 AM. Too many battles, too much damage. And there is another point in the back for infantry, who still has 4 up despite a couple early skirmishes.
Yep, they managed to actually get out from that many fights and still keeping the entire squad together. Yeah, towards that northern west side of the new circle there, as I think Infantry's got a great line of sight down to all areas from that top line.
Yeah, they're going to work from the top down. PO gets a knock onto Kendes. Ken is, I think, resable potentially, but it depends on what Sun Sister's going to do. You've got GEX over here as well, so a couple
Genji's
teams.
going to push a lot further into Sun Sister line right there, as they're also contesting from against the other team. Sun Sister's having a tough time really keeping their line together against Genji.
All right, PO gets overextended just a bit, doesn't get knocked for it though, and he is doing PO things. This is much more Genji style. They've gone back to this 1-3 with PO out front, but now Crazy Sam is going to reach out. Crazy Sam, one of the best players in Japan, but it's going to be Aqua 5 with the support. This guy, like you mentioned early on, he doesn't show up in the kill feed, but his damage numbers are often good, and he does a lot of other things for Genji.
And it's a hard place to get that smoke down, so don't mind that too much. As Aqua 5 will always come as a backup. If you have a member down, he's always next to that person, so no worries for Genji. As they will be quite safe. Sun Sister will be challenging them just a little further, but I think PO's safe for now.
Yeah, I think this should be okay for Genji to get this. I don't expect the Sun Sisters to push onto this. There's only Faye and Polly left. That's just not enough. Now XDD from Pero takes a lot of damage. The last member alive here. Some of those players you're going to recognize for Pero. They go down to VLG's Lambu. 11th place for them. But that Pero team, there's a lot of really good players. Some former L-Stars players, some guys that are extremely talented.
As Indigo somehow, some way actually came into the circle with that many items picked up from the dead body. And picking up another kill. It's really nice for Entus right now, but gets eliminated right there.
What a run. What a run for him to start this. 5 kills for Indigo to come out. I like the aggression, even though it's only 6 points for Entus. That's good. That's a pretty good start considering the way these circles went. They constantly were shifting away from them. They had to fight through a lot of different teams. They just dominated Afrika in their battle with them. So not a bad start at all for Entus. MCG gonna find AO. He is down. So K7 actually loops around the backside of Puerto. They're able to get out because OPGG is kind of distracted a little bit with what's going on around them. That's a nice movement here from K7.
And OPGG is actually panicking in those compounds. They shouldn't be, and they actually lost the Ember against MCG, who's actually far away. OPGG shouldn't be losing members like that. They can't be careless. They should know exactly where the shots are coming down. It has to be from the top hill side, either from FD or MCG. But the losing a member like that is going to be... It's not really showing too promising signs so far in the first game for OPGG.
Yeah, I think for this OPGG squad, the team has a lot of history in PUBG Esports, but these are a lot of new players who haven't been on the big stages before, except for Alphaka, of course, on the old OGN Entus Ace team that went to PGC last year. But now there are a lot of other members, a lot of really good players. AO is incredibly skilled. Dumbo is nuts too. So this whole team is very good. And like we mentioned earlier, typically they're good at defending crashes and making crashes, but some of their decision-making in between is, like we just saw here, a little suspect.
SK7 now going to get that pretty good spot near the waters. As right into the circle, Genji is trying to contest from them, but they have to be careful as they know there's a member of Sun Sister left somewhere around here, but they don't exactly know where Polly is.
Yeah, they're trying to scan and suss him out, and this time it's going to be Aqua that's left on the anchor. Poor Aqua 5 might have some members of infantry kind of bearing towards him. We'll see how that plays out. Spear is alive, but the only one for VLG. Now, that being said, 8 kills early here for VLG, but Machao has spotted him out right on the money with the grenade. Now, Pio is knocked again. That's the second one. They do get the finish onto Polly, so Pio will be able to be saved just in the nick of time.
Oh, yes. Genji still having 4 members. This is exactly why infantry is pushing now. Aqua 5 does smell something's up from the top. Infantry on a run. Aqua 5, he should be running.
Yeah, he's piecing out as much as he can.
He can't right now. He just have to go for the fight.
Yeah, the hill's too steep. It's going to open up angles on top of him, and infantry's not going to even get knocked by him. They're too smart. They're too good. They know the angles of the terrain and where players are likely to be. Oh, they're going down. It's going to be K7, OPGG, and K7 that are getting into this. Infantry alerted the rest of the teams to their presence. The Blues right on their back as well. Infantry is on the ropes. Bringing the hammer down are a couple different teams. Circle's going to make it even worse. It's shifting away from them.
Yeah, worse angles for infantry. I think there was concentrated on Genji a little too much, opened up angles from that lower side of OPGG up to K7. Genji, they're happy. Okay, if they're helping out. We got some teammates here helping us out so we can actually make a rotation. They might actually force themselves down all the way to Paraíso if they got some smokes down. Just go across the road and then make that angle down because there's no one else.
You can cut underneath those oil tankers that K7 is at if you're Genji, and you can see that's what they're doing. There is that hill there. The problem is that OPGG can kind of see it, so you're going to have to kind of trade shots with OPGG and pray that you maybe get a knock. If you can get a knock on OPGG, that should buy you enough time to get to where you need to go.
And Genji making a longer rotation, not being seen by the other teams as OPGG. They're actively looking for Genji to maybe get some more kills. They do have the best compound right now in the next circle. Infantry, I think they're trying to decide they want to go into K7. And that will actually leave them open against Genji too, so they might actually go back up against MCGs who's on top.
Yeah, I don't think Infantry has any better options than to just try to brute force their way through K7. Just try to outskill them, outclass them, and if any team is capable of doing it, it's them. Genji just making sure that this compound is clear. Better safe than sorry. Makes a lot of sense to do that. Exactly. Now, Summer, this guy is a name that a lot of you are going to recognize if you're a fan of PUBG Esports. From the old VC Gaming team, the shot caller for VC Gaming. Now he is here with MCG in that same role and finding success once again on global stages. 9 trying to bring the hammer down, only gets a little bit of damage, doesn't get the knock, but Puyo, who's going to step up with some help from Savior, and they are going to finish 9 off. So Boliang realizes that this is now a lost cause. But is Genji going to try to third-party this fight?
I think they're coming straight up to K7. They got the compound clear. As long as OPGG doesn't spot Genji out as much, going for the other side, as it is going to be a really hard climb for Genji. Savior here gets the damage up. Pio, that's a third knock on him.
Yeah, Pio's going to bleed out very, very fast. There just isn't anybody that can get there fast enough with all of K7 right on top of them. Now, the blue is here, so they can kind of shuffle along. This is
hard.
This is really hard for both teams. Ooh, good grenade from Anonix, finds a knock. He's going to step up. Bullying coming over the top, trying to steal it. Isn't going to be able to do it. It's going to be Zennon who gets him, but Dumbo from afar, and this is the problem for Genji. No knocks onto OPGG, therefore OPGG has free reign to shoot at Genji. Anonix is going to be finished off by Savior, despite the knock from OPGG. A stolen one. Loki, we've seen it before. This guy, as a sole player for a team, can do some special things.
They both do hear the footsteps of each other. Loki trying to get that kill, gets the headshot. Amazing shot right there. But has to be careful. OPGG does have line of sight on him.
Yeah, OPGG is just so thirsty right now. They can see all of this going on. That grenade is really good. It doesn't get the knock or the finish. So close is Loki. Now he's throwing some stuff over the side. He's only got 2 more smokes to work with. Savior has quite a bit of smokes here available, and that molly. If I'm Savior, I'm trying to get that molly down on top of Loki and then try to smoke my way forward. Zennon is going to be rezzed. It looks like, I don't think OPGG has the lines just right now. See if they move. And Loki's just throwing some stuns up and over. He's going to go for the push. He's going to go for the 2v1. Can he get it done? No, he cannot. Savior holds fast, and Genji is down in 6th.
Yeah, Genji finishing 6th. I think that's still a really good finish of how chaotic this game has been for them, but K7 still being alive. I think they can push towards the western side, not knowing exactly where MCG is, but still they will have time now. OPGG, they also have to force themselves out into these hills.
All right, it is going to be Machao. He's already got 4 kills in the bag. The Japanese superstar trying to get it done against 2 members of MCG. 2 very, very good players. Machao up and over with that barrel. Just isn't able to control the spray long enough. Going to get some help from Savior from afar, but it isn't going to be good enough. M200 sneaks up and finds the kill.
Wow. This is going to be a hectic fight towards the end. One knock could basically determine who the winner is going to be. Not a single team with a full squad. This is insane. Only left with not too many players now.
How about this? If K7 wins this, G-Clef, think about the rotations they had to make to get here. Absolutely crazy game for them. We'll keep our eyes on them for sure. I'm kind of rooting for them just a little bit because of how difficult the early game was for them and how they've been able to weather that storm. Now, they do have the high ground.
And OPGG, how easier of a game it could have been if they didn't lose those members into compound. OPGG, Afaka striking those shots against K7.
He could get the last one, I think. Zennon is at the edge of the smoke.
Oh,
and now
see him?
Yeah, he's in trouble. Alphaka's going to get it. It is going to be Tanky who steals that kill onto Zennon just in time before Savior died. So it's only going to be 1 point for all the hard work OPGG's been doing. A lot of kills have been stolen.
Yeah, Tank is one man, but OPGG, they do have 2 men, but Tank does make those crazy plays. So I'm having high hopes. If he can actually bring it, it would be Tank, and the circle goes towards Tank. Exactly, so M200 will also be looking for the spot. Alpaca already in the circle. Dumbo trying to clear out the bottom first, and then moving in towards the western side along with Alpaca. I think it's the best idea.
Yeah, and I think we got to talk about Tanky for just a second while things are going a little bit quiet until the Phase 9 situation. I don't know. But this guy, one of the top 5 fraggers and damage dealers in the PCL, the superstar for MCG, on his own, 3 kills already. So we're seeing the big fraggers step up for a lot of these teams already. And we'll see if MCG can get it done, or is it going to be OPGG with this 2-on-1-on-1? They're going to come through with that chicken dinner that maybe was a little more difficult than they wanted, but they're not in a terrible position. They are going to have to edge just a little bit forward is Dumbo. He's just outside of the circle, but I think now he's moved up.
Yeah, but Dumbo, Alpaca, I think they would be looking towards just climbing up towards the center directly, as there are some terrains to actually block those angles. Yeah, but Tank goes in for the line of fire right there. Doesn't really know what Alpaca is yet.
No, this guy is so good. He knows M200 is back there somewhere. He's been keeping track of that because M200 stepped up and killed Machao earlier. That alerted Tanky to the presence that somebody is behind. He's trying to see if he can finish OPGG off, though. He knows if he can get this twofer, it's a one-on-one and makes his life much, much easier to try to come through with the win. Now, Alpaca on the side watching Tanky. Tanky is pushing down. And no, it's going to be Tanky who's going to outduel Alpaca. Now, can Tanky win this? He is very hurt. M200 launching the Hail Mary. It comes up just short of getting the knock, and the first aid came off just in time for Tanky. Now he's repositioning. He does have a rock.
He does have the rock, and also M200 just throwing everything down. He's getting all the... What Tank is getting ready. 2 grenades, 4 smokes, 3 mollies, so he's ready to go with the shot, but his armor is pretty low. That might be coming in hot when it's needed.
And he has the bad side of the circle here. He has it right behind him. M200 has everything going for him. Tianba looking to repeat their performance at the Charity Showdown and get their second PCS victory. We'll see if they can do it to start in this game, get a good start going for themselves. We'll find out. Tanky looking pretty far over, aware from M200 is. He's expecting M200 to move a little bit more to the right, but there's a ridge line here for M200 to work with.
Exactly, M200 knowing that this can be the only rotation now. He can't really go towards the western side, moving up far early before Tanky makes that long rotation happen. This is such a great read coming out from M200. I think he's about to get that first chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Tanky. He's going to have to land some tough, narrow shots, most likely, unless it just stuns him. M200 might just pop up, getting a stun over his own, but it's not in time. It's going to be M200 who steps up. It's a win for Tianba. Only 4 kills, but they're psyched anyway. This is their home. One of their homes on Miramar is the Puerto Paraiso region. So taking this win when they're given a circle like that is very important.
Yes, MCG not coming close at the end, but still 5 kills from Tanky. And so this is a huge moment as Tianba, they were not really challenged as much compared to Infantry or the other Chinese teams, but still, due to the rotation and the right decision-making, they've been pretty quiet, just snaking through those mountains, not really challenging into too many teams as they were basically bumped through that hard rotation into that eastern side of Miramar. The circle just popped every time to the south towards the water. It was a hard rotation for all the teams, but Tianba keeping those members alive led them to a victory.
Yeah, it's smart, efficient play from Tianba, and we've seen this from them where they're able to get it done in different ways. Yeah, sometimes they'll frag out of their minds. Other times they're going to be patient when they're gifted circles, and that's all you need to do in a situation like this. Now, a lot of these big players stepping up in big moments. Machao for Detonation Gaming White. We saw some good stuff from Infantry early on, but having to push down that hill into K7 and Genji, just too much.
Yeah, Infantry got greedy and they saw Genji and okay, this is the moment. It has to be the moment. We bring them down now, or it's going to be a challenge for us anyhow. But because of that, they did go overstep just a little bit too far into the mountainside, where K7 and OPGG also had a line of sight to shoot them down, helping Genji out in a big way.
Yeah, I liked the idea from Genji here, leaving Aqua 5 up on the top of that hill, because the rest of Genji has a pretty easy maneuver to get into position to support him. Now, Infantry's just so good, they basically instantly killed Aqua 5 once they saw him, but that really allowed Genji to maneuver over to the side, block off the rotation from Infantry, keep them off. And that, like you mentioned, force them into the sightlines of K7 and OPGG as well.
Yeah, keep them off if they come down. If they don't, they can actually rotate back up there if the circle pops to the west or the north. That's actually another great idea because infantry, they also had some chances of pushing east. They didn't really see that much contest coming down from the eastern side. And I think that's all about the position of Aqua 5 there. Genji just having such a great read of the next circle's potentials. But Tiemba should be a great start again for China in PCS3 here.
Of course, I mean, what else do you expect here at PCS Asia? These guys, we know this, that Tianba infantry, so strong. Former PCS winners, both of these teams. Not too surprising to see them come through with a win. It was a bit of a wild circle, and I got to give K7 a lot of credit.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
How many kills? 11
A
kills,
lot.
was it?
It was
No,
a lot.
7 kills in total.
Yeah. But they had to make that insanely tough rotation. They came all the way from that northern coast where it wraps around, took boats all the way around. They were getting shot at by Griffin.
Almost went out of the map.
Yeah, there is a boundary there.
Oh,
and they went as close to it as they could. And then they came on down into Puerto, and I thought, all right, well, they're done. OPGG has the two compounds where you can basically see all of the exits from Puerto, but OPGG had a few mistakes, kind of got tunneled onto some other stuff, and that let K7 wrap around the far southern side and come up in, and from there, they had a pretty good finish.
That sneaky entrance, we were talking about rotation coming down from that region where it might be challenging against Korea and China in terms of speed, so just don't go for that rotational fight. Take the boat and become someone else that no one's going to take. Make that new road that no one else is taking, because a lot of the teams, they had to go through that contest in that middle, the eastern road that we saw 4AM having trouble, OG and Entus having trouble, OPGG actually picking up a lot of kills because of that too. But just dodge those fights and just use the boat, because Puerto Paraíso, it's a pretty good city. It's pretty nice compounds down there. But once you cross the road, if the circle goes back up, you cannot get back up there. So you don't expect any teams to be in that city.
Yeah,
so K7, it was actually a very smart and safe choice to go take that boat.
100%. It's an unusual choice, and it is a bit risky, but I think it was well worth it for them, of course, with the way it turned out. And then, like you mentioned, getting across that road out of Puerto is really, really difficult. Finding the right time to do that is so huge for them. It allows them to save a lot of smokes as well. It didn't look like they had to use a lot of smokes to get across from what I saw in their inventory at the end. So for them, all of the things really kind of very good decisions. They didn't have to make those aggressive rotations. They found another way to get it done to kind of take advantage of the fact that Korea and China are just like trying to just beat each other to the center.
And K7, if they actually had some more bold play towards the end, I think they could have had better positions early on and dominate over OPGG or even challenge into infantry, as they only had one member left again. But I think K7, after that, those had the type of rotation when the circle shifted north, said, okay, this is going to be a very tough match for us to actually get the chicken, where they somewhat had a pretty good idea of how many teams were left after seeing that many kill feed, but because they had to climb up, it was going to be a hard challenge anyhow. So if it's a big challenge anyhow, I would just say go for it. It's going to be a chicken or not for them. But that decision did not come through. OPGG just did dominate on top when they were trying to go up that hill.
Yeah, and I think for OPGG, not a bad start at all, of course, to your PCS life for the year. And this is the first time we've seen OPGG in PCS. Now, there were some mistakes in there. There's some things to work on. But all being told, I think you can kind of hang your hat a little bit and say, yeah, that wasn't too bad at all. Things to work on. But for the most part, pretty good decision-making, a few unfortunate situations where their kills got stolen, but other than that, not a bad situation at all for them.
And also was surprised by the rotation coming out from Sun Sisters. They actually had a really good challenge against Genji, against K7. They rotated so quickly that Genji couldn't really catch them until towards the end, where they were sort of stuck between K7 against Genji towards the south part of the circle. So they like their rotation, especially Paulie just keeping himself alive until the end, trying to get those maximum points. Did see it was a hard rotation for a lot of the teams because of that first circle popping right on that water. It had to be a challenging part, as we saw a lot of contests from 4AM. I think they wanted to pick up a few more kills, expecting a few more teams to actually go directly past them so they can get those easy first few kills going into that first phase, second phase circle. But I think a lot of the teams actually knew after watching PCL that 4AM loves to be there. They love to take control of that small hill, and no one actually went through that spot.
Nobody even tried.
Which is usually the spot for a lot of the Chinese teams, but I think everyone watched what happened.
And I think the thing for 4AM is I think they got pretty surprised that Griffin was where they were coming in so late. I think the fact that Griffin decided to stop and take some shots at K7 while K7 was trying to get in boats actually kind of threw 4AM's thinking off. I think for 4AM, they think, well, Griffin's already going to be here or not. And it turned out that because Griffin was fighting so far away from everything, there were no knocks. There was no information in the kill feed or sound that they could have heard that they had any clue that Griffin was way out there.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. 4AM must have thought, okay, we waited this long in the first circle, no big rotations. We can't really hear anything. They would be hearing vehicles coming out from the eastern road down to the south. And they thought, okay, there can't be any other teams coming right now, and they were just up for a challenge. And when you're up against a challenge like that in the second phase, third phase, you just not have enough heals to actually make it in. You lose a lot of those power.
Yeah, once you hit phase 3, it gets really, really challenging because you're really chewing through your medical utility. Now, Tianba comes away with 14 points. Multi-Circle Gaming with the second place finish with 6 kills has 12, only 2 behind them. Then K7 with a really nice start. 7 kills, 11 points. Genji not bad at all either. 7 kills, 2 points, but that's good for 9 OPGG. 9. A lot of teams on the left-hand side of the leaderboard putting up really good numbers with a lot of kills coming out of Ghibli and Entus.
Yeah, Ghibli and Entus, no placement points, but 8 kills in total. I think Ghibli picked up most of those points when the third phase circle popped right there, getting a lot of those road hits, the vehicle kills that we didn't really get to see from the screen too much. But 8 kills in total, that's a pretty good start. They gotta go into Erangel soon enough.
I take that every day of the week. Every day of the week. I mean, typically you need to average about 9 to 10 points per game to win an event. So to start out with 8 solely on kills, it's gotta feel pretty good. Especially with circles like that, if you're one of the teams that's stuck out on the northern edge of that when it's shifting down, it's really tough. But guys, we're gonna take a short break. We'll be back with game number 2 here at PCS3 Asia.
别感觉不太右手，就往左手去看一眼，就往你不要别的，看你自己打，你自己打。这坡无敌的，你踩的拐角就这个位置，他就在石头，确定了。石头，往进烟了，看到了，往左边中间那个烟了。拿自己打，他不知道你位置，这位置看见他，我看见他，到左去，知道掉线，等他就行了。左边，对。发现了。
welcome back everyone to the PUBG Continental Series 3, the final PUBG Esports event of 2020. Thanks for joining us everyone. This is the Asia region. We're through one game. We're moving on to game number 2 of 4. Paper Thin and G-Clef coming at you. And there are your top 5 damage dealers, Clef, of that first game.
Oh, in Onyx, that's a pretty good sign for Genji already. Macau, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, he's popping off. I mean, that's going to be his number 575 tank. On his own, those big play towards the end, over 600 Indigo. And most of that damage should be going against the Freak of Freaks.
Yeah, the poor freaks suffered at the hands of the AK of Indigo, and Alphaka having one heck of a round. You would expect with OPGG's position in that circle that they are able to rack up a fair amount of damage from that position, and in this case, it is going to be Alphaka being the one getting it done. So a lot of the superstars showing up early here at PCS3 Asia.
Yeah, but I think Alphaka, because he was in the compound, I think depending on the damage, it wasn't like kill impact. Getting those kill damage, it was mostly just hurting a lot of other people, and I think it's a lot more to take from the 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place, Indigo, Tank, Macau, just going up against those big challenges, short combat fight. I think that's what we can take from the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really fun game to watch because we saw a lot of early aggression. There weren't a lot of kills that came out of it, but we saw a lot of teams doing their homework, really coming through and finding positions where they could try to get picks on these other players. I mean, poor Infantry had a couple situations where they ran into a team sending, 1 or 3 players at them and they had to escape, and that kind of threw them off balance a little bit early on.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Freak of Freaks Denche just trying to sneak into them just a little bit. Did not really end up working out for them, but they are... I like the fact they are trying this new strategy and try to pinpoint into one of the members, trying to snipe them early on so they can actually have an easier rotation into that next circle. I think that's exactly what they're heading into as scrims. To be honest, guys, I was watching a lot of those scrims. We had the result, we have all those points, but scrims, they actually ended up grabbing those chicken dinners in like circle 5, phase 5, phase 6, so we can't really take too much out of them. Because, of course, you don't want to reveal your strategy and the rotations during your scrims, but we did see a lot of those crazy plays coming out from the superstar that we have mentioned before match number 1, and I'm just super pumped, Paper Thin.
I know.
One match, it's been a while of casting PUBG for me, back in PCS3 Asia. After match 1, like, my heart is not stopping. Of course, it shouldn't stop, by the way, but it's pumping so fast.
I tell you what, I mean, for me, stepping into Afrika TV for the first time in a while since PKL in 2018, that was the last time I was with Afrika for PUBG. So for me, it was like kind of like a,
coming back home
kind of thing. This is where my PUBG career started. So for me, being here at Afrika was really special.
Yeah,
and,
this is your Wisconsin, baby.
This is like for me, like cheese and beer, man. Like that's like the food of my people. So definitely coming back here felt like that a little bit, and just wonderful to be back here. Fantastic production staff to work with here at Afrika. I can't give them enough credit.
100%.
They've been really awesome, and the games are always good. So there's always that.
Yeah, and also let's see if K7 can actually make those kind of rotations when we go off the water. When you're forced into those vehicle situations on land into the mountains. May not be the same situation for K7 anymore.
All right, we are ready for game number 2, our second Miramar of the day. All right. Plane is up for game number 2, another fairly fair plane path. Nothing too crazy on this one. It's a little bit far if you're going to something like La Copaderia or Torre Ahumada, but other than that, everything is pretty easy to get to now. This time, Chumacera is a little more in place, so I'm kind of curious to see if there's going to be any scuffles over that area.
Oh, yes. For those skirmishes will be nice, as don't really see too much contest at the beginning of Miramar, especially. OPGG going a little far down the line. Even towards Chumacera or Little Tours trying to grab those vehicles, go all the way down the map.
Yeah, Griffin is vying for Valle del Mar with this plane path, so I don't think they're going to mess with OPGG too much. I don't think they're necessarily going to cross paths, although you do have AO and Dumbo kind of going pretty deep into the paint there next to the eastern side of Chumasera, so maybe something will happen there because actually Tianba is going via Domar, so this is quite interesting. This has been Griffin's home for a long time, but here we go. It's not going to be allowed to go to them, so this time they're actually the ones going Chumasera.
Oh, they go Chumasera, and the circle pops on the opposite side of the map. Oh my, for Tianba, they might actually be looking towards very late rotation because this is too far. Miramar, you know, if you love Miramar, you do know how long it actually takes to get up there from Villa del Mar.
Yeah, these hard shifts are especially difficult because the fastest way to get somewhere is, of course, by the roads. But Miramar poses a little bit of a different challenge than Erangel, where the terrain is very bumpy and unsteady. So that makes for fun gameplay late situations because there's a lot of interesting terrain that the teams can utilize in those team fights. But early on, it makes it very challenging for the teams to rotate. You'll often hear teams complain that the thing they don't like about Miramar is the long rotations. Long DD on top of K7. Is this going to be an early knock? Nope. Lock put some good shots into long DD. Going to back him off.
And immediately going back after taking a few shots on his own. Can't really put up too much challenge as his teammate is nowhere close to him at all.
A Scar and not
SLR?
much else there. Yeah, and SL finds the SLR, but yeah, I think that was really nice turn there by Lock. Long DD had a pretty good angle, and the potential if he can land 2 more of those bullets to get a knock, but it isn't going to be the case.
Yeah, we always have a good talk with those mini and SLRs. Like, why are you, and a lot of the question was actually Korean players, why are they, okay, let's hear from Genji.
포인트도 1등하고 순위 포인트도 1등을 해가지고 치킨도 많이 뜯고 제가 부족했던 치킨력을 좀 더 보완해서 확실하게 치킨 뜯는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
It says my chicken ability was lacking a little bit recently, but I bumped that up in a big scale. So with that upgrade, I'll make sure to grab those chicken dinners on my own.
I believe he can do it. I think absolutely this guy, and now that he's been doing some more 3x spraying, my hopes are higher because he is the best 3x player in the world, I think, for that scope. This guy is so nuts. Now, you were talking about, I actually want to go back to this point, G-Clef.
The mini SLR?
Yes, I think this is really important.
Okay, so a lot of the Korean players actually playing that mini, and the reason why I asked a lot of those players is just, it's simple. It's down straight simple because they did not get to find an SLR. SLR is simply the best gun out there for a lot of those team players, but they're having mini because they simply just could not find it.
And that's pretty interesting to me. I theorized that maybe the Mini was more popular in the Korean region, not because they couldn't find them, but because some players were actually prioritizing the long-range shooting ability that the Mini has with that high bullet velocity.
Yes.
Of course, it's a nice backup to the SLR, but it is really interesting for me to hear that it turns out it's just because they couldn't find an SLR.
It is what it is. Of course, with the 7s, you just have to bring it down. You can't. Some players do like to have the Mini, but not as much after that many patch with the damage changes. I think you just have to go with that SLR when you find it.
Oopsie-daisies there for a VLG. A little bit of a mishap with the vehicles. There is your next code, everybody.
Put him in.
PUBG. It almost says last PUBG.
PUBG 5
really
TMX.
Close. That's really funny. There you go. Pop that code in. There's only a limited number of them, so you got to be fast. Open up your game client. I believe you can still get them on console as well as we did in PCS2. So go ahead and throw those down. Get yourselves some pickup codes. See if you can guess who's going to win it. You can hold off on those pick'ems if you want. You can wait a little bit and then pick before the end, which you like. Personally, I like to make my picks before the event. So
you just be bold.
I like to be
about
bold.
your favorite team.
Yeah, that's definitely me. Bold.
Or of course, if you are looking for more points, then you should totally hold them and grab those maximum points. Also, there's also versus this team versus that. You can also go for those challenge if you want to get more points. Look for your chances. Then
that one's tough this time.
It's very tough.
They pick some good ones, man. They pick some really good ones. Like even OGN versus 4AM is tough. Like all those face-off matchups that they picked are really hard because they basically put all the best teams up against each other. So I can't wait to see. Even Infantry versus Genji, it's like, oh my god.
It's a lot of teams. I actually took about 30 minutes to finish them. It took me a long time. And I wasn't eating dinner while I was doing that too. Just gave me a lot of brain fart in the middle. And let's see the rotations though. Ooh, some really big challenges upcoming for us. Also for Gen G, as they do have to go all the way up. But Tiamba, they going to the south road. Going towards that Los Leones might be a good challenge again. Because that eastern side will be packed up by the next circle.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if anybody tries to set up a rotation trap on that east road. Every once in a while, somebody is like, yeah, this east road, nobody else is coming across it. We're holding the line. And Detonation Gaming White is kind of inching their way forward right now along that eastern road at the very bottom of it, of the current circle. But I don't know if they do it. Detonation Gaming White doesn't really set up traps very often. It's not really their MO. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried it here. They have a good opportunity, but I'm not expecting it.
Yeah, Japanese teams on Miramar, they don't do it as much. In Erangel, they do it a lot more often, especially Sun Sisters. Not expected to see as when we have a central circle, maybe when it's easier rotation to go into the first phase or even to the second phase, but not here, not right now, as you have to go all the way up, maybe even all the way to Tierra Blanca, because we have a lot of teams near that El Azahar, and going up from that gas station onto the left into that mountain will be very tough for all teams.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of interesting kind of jockeying for position going on here with OG and Entis and Infantry. OG and Entis has the inside track. They're closer to the center of the circle, but Infantry has been mirroring them and is kind of waiting for Entis to pull off. Yes. And then it looks like they're either going to set up shop or maybe swing in a little bit if they can find room. But for now, they've kind of halted their movement on that very, very far eastern compound that's along the dirt path road. So for Entis, I think just a little bit faster rotation because they are a little bit further north gives them this slight edge in this kind of positioning battle.
Yeah, and Infantry right towards the east where you can't really even find them unless you directly bump into them. Infantry, I think they're just looking for a second circle to go in all the way north towards Campo Militar and then have a big rotation from the northern side as no one else is actually there. Ogen might be going in for a challenge, but I don't think they should.
Nope.
This early of a game?
Nope, not against that team. That's one team where I'm like, if you catch them alone, sure, absolutely, go and try to get a pick. If all of Infantry is there, no way, Jose. No way. I think Entis learned their lesson at the church.
Yes.
During PCS2, as Sun Sister did the event before, that you do not mess with Infantry early game. They are really, really tough in those team fights.
Yeah, those moments, you just have to remember forever until you go down. And as we have most of the teams joining in, OPGG still all the way out there. Surprisingly, Griffin actually already going into the circle. Was expecting them to actually go into San Martin side, and this is a very northern circle popping.
Wow.
Again.
The hard shifts have been absolutely brutal for these players. This is another incredibly difficult circle to manage. Now, the good news is at least half this circle isn't water. There is a lot of playable stuff inside of this circle, including 3 big cities. So you have room to set up this early on. Oh, there's another vehicle accident. PUBG driving. It's hard, man. No doubt about it. But these teams are faced with I want to say it's not easier, it's just different. Because there is a lot of cities, there is a lot of space, but if you don't want to be in those cities, G-Clef, because it sucks to get out of them.
Yeah, especially towards Cruz del Valle, towards the east and the west, there are some hills, but sometimes it's not high enough to actually get you that much cover. So these teams will have to use a lot of their vehicles to block those angles.
The west side of Cruz del Valle is dead man's land. There is not much to work with there. And that hill to the east, like you mentioned, is pretty exposed. There is at least it's a hill, but you can't get up it. Well, it's going to take a lot of luck to get up it. I shouldn't say you can't. Players tend to find ways, but it is very, very hard to do. And everybody's kind of making some interesting rotations. You've got a couple teams already centered up with MCG and New Happy already dead center. Pero as well. So some of the Chinese teams have already found themselves some homes close to the center. Everybody else is kind of either on the outside or making their way towards the center a little more cautiously, making sure they do their recon and don't suffer any losses early.
This is another position from 4 a.m. This is not the highest ground, as there are some really high up hills right towards the eastern side. But sometimes you can get those rotations just jumping into that city. That can be the kill. I think that's exactly what 4AM is going for today, especially in game match 1 and 2. They're trying to go for that easy pickoff when they're faced off against some easier rotations coming out from any team. So far, none of the teams in this tournament is trying those rotations, always going for the harder to predict rotations coming out in Miramar.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting to watch. The first game was a little more wild early on, but I think that is due to the nature of the circle. This one much more standard for Asian PUBG. Things are kind of slow to begin. You have 64 alive through usually the first 2 or 3 phases. Maybe there's 1 or 2 people who die in rotation, but that's about it. And that is definitely the case here so far as Pio has set up to see what's going on with Global Esports XSET, as they have spread out pretty wide on the western edge of this current circle.
Yeah, Genji, I thought they would come directly into 4 a.m., but decided to go towards the water treatment all the way towards, not towards the new Paradise on the new Miramar map, but still going towards the eastern side now. They should be okay.
Uh-oh.
But not Pio.
SpaghettiOs. That's not good. Mao Ye is going to find an easy knock and flush. And this is, as much as I love Genji's style with these 1-3s, this has been a problem for Pio from time to time where he overextends. In this case, he revealed his location, and GEX pounces and makes him pay for it. Now, Detonation Gaming White, on the other hand, way over on the eastern edge as they worked up that road. They continued all the way up the most eastern road, and now Tianba's breathing down their backside.
Yeah, this is actually a really great spot. Right in front, you can't be exposed, so you need to get out from here. But that there was a small dump right there that you could have stayed, and I think they were going to be challenged if they actually ended up staying there. But because of the Western Circle again popping, good for a lot of these teams. But look how contested it is near 4 a.m. as they might be faced off against 3 potentially different teams right in the center.
Yeah, 4 a.m. has a lot of work to do potentially to keep other teams from rotating ahead of them. And already you can see Pero has gotten the edge. They found a bit of an angle, but there is going to be one knock. And that should be a finish. I tell you what, the more I've been watching Godby play recently, especially in the Weibo Cup, he's been getting better and better for 4 Angry Men.
So let me tell you about Godby. He has been a big roller coaster for the team, and oftentimes, because of Godby's play, the entire team going downhill oftentimes, especially in PCS. But this time, he looks different. He looks to be more of a team-style player, and that might just be enough for 4 a.m., what they exactly needed in these global stages.
And I feel like his individual mechanics have gotten better. I've seen him play, and he looks cleaner, he looks crisper. Indigo gets another kill and a knock, this time on Infantry. The guy is absolutely cracked. 9 trying to make Tianba the side seat swap. Not good for Ming. And it's going to be Longsker to finish the job. 9 there to help a little bit. And M200 says, no, that ain't good. I ain't doing that anymore. I'm really interested about Tianba here. Lurena, his vehicle got really beat up by Detonation Gaming White. I want to know what kind of role that's going to play going forward for Tianba. That Murado was like I think about 1/3 health left, so you don't want to drive that forward because you do have that extra timing now before the vehicle blows up, but it can be quite dangerous anyway.
Let's see the exact position of Tianba because they're getting challenged by several different teams. Afrika Freaks now trying to go past them without taking too much damage. As Tianba, they sort of lost position because Entus actually got a faster rotation in. As Circle is coming down, they do have to move in.
This is a little disconcerting for me because I'm used to Detonation Gaming White being the color of blue that Afrika is this time around. So I'm like watching him and I'm thinking that that's Detonation Gaming. It's actually Afrika that's driving by Tianba here, but indeed it is Afrika Freaks. If you're like me and you've been watching PCS3 Asia all year, you know that Detonation Gaming White, when they played earlier, they were more that
Tianba's
blue.
about to run into OG and Entus directly.
Oh, that's a problem. OG and Entus has a blockade set up. I don't think they're going to let Tianba get through easily. EJ, the shot caller and the top fragger for the Afrika Freaks. This guy has really stepped up big in Korea and internationally. There's that first knock on M200. This is phase 3 blue, about to be phase 4. They're going to try to get the res off just in time. There's just enough seconds left for them to do it. I think maybe. I'm not exactly sure if he's going to be able to get that off in time. Now, Tianba's going to go for it anyway, but Entus has thoroughly dug in to prevent Tianba from going anywhere.
And another pretty nice circle in Tianba.
Yeah, it's not. I figured once phase 4 popped, there wasn't enough time.
Because of that knock, they were also forced out of the circle even further onto the other side of the mountain. OG and Entus keeping them outside. They're not going to let anyone in. Oh, look at, there's another knock as they're not going to give points to OG and Entus. They might be challenging and regretting those decisions by the end of the tournament. So they might actually just They could lose a lot of members outside of circle now.
Yeah, Tianba is poking and prodding, but there is nothing available, no veins to find here for them to get into in this particular circle, so they're going to have to get a little bit more information. Chew through some more meds is Lurena, but I'm not expecting them to be able to repeat their game-winning performance from game number 1.
As he has some meds to heal back up, and OGN is keeping control. As Griffin is challenging them directly now, Minsung trying to get that frag in directly into KO. That's a good shot in the first knock onto OGN. They might actually retreat. Zhongjiang's right behind him. Might not be the best time to come for the res.
Nope, there's no way, Jose. And Juanita steps up quick and easy. Gonna get the finish onto Kale. OGN just not in a good position here, G-Clef, to hold off Genji's movement. Genji hit them on their weak side because they were so busy fanning out to cover Tianba.
Yeah, OGN right now also, Lurena actually firing back onto and just saying, okay, you get us out, we're getting at least a point on you.
Yeah, Zhao Yang, the only one left for infantry here. They have suffered a lot of damage. Looks like they might be losing members. Longsker very, very weak. I don't expect anyone's going to be able to get to him. Zhao Yang prioritizing 9 here. Longsker's a bit too far away, but I don't expect the Freaks to allow this to go on much longer. EJ's got to be careful. They're right inside of there. He's just running right at it. He's got Zhao Yang comes up and over, but isn't able to finish the job. Gets a couple, but at the end of the day, Afrika is going to be able to survive and should be able to get these reses, I believe.
Should be easy, good enough. In a pretty good position after the fight. They should be getting all the resources back from the dead bodies of 50 right there. Good fight from Afrika. They're going to get all the rests back here, but the fight is on 4 a.m. and they are looking to go into the circle, but it looks a little tough.
Yeah, this is not a bad setup here for New Happy, but 4 a.m. doing a good job kind of counter-maneuvering around the side of this hill, trying to get better angles on to New Happy. Now the problem is New Happy can get pretty deep inside of the brick building. It's pretty hard to get even throwables in there sometimes. Now you do see players, they found really unique and interesting angles to get those grenades deep into this building, and we'll see if they're able to do that. Now Forever, that's just a smoke, I believe, that came out of his hands, and that one is just put in front of the door to allow 4 a.m. to try to breach this building. And meanwhile, Entis is under duress. Under is extremely hurt. 2 heart. Minsung's going to pop over and find him. No way. Entis is out early. Not as good of a start here in game number 2.
Yep, Entis and Tianba just having too much of a fight, as we will see some action down here with Genji. Sun Sisters again putting up a fight. After match 1, they're going against each other again here.
Crazy Sam is no joke. Crazy Sam is one of the best players in Japan. Him and Machao are basically 1 and 2.
I think so too.
And Crazy Sam is as good as anybody in this lobby. And when you try to go toe-to-toe with him, he can make you pay, as we saw there with Genji. Even though Genji is amazing, top to bottom, that team is very, very good. This is the DBS here for Loki.
Well, if you're into these short-range shots, then you do have to just go and point-click and get the kills, as they do still have to go get out of the city and maybe look for a vehicle, go all the way down, but it's going to be easy shots for VLG to grab those runs out of the city. This is crazy.
This is crazy.
No
I wonder
kills.
if they know that Lycanon is here.
I don't think so, because Gapi actually ran around the side.
Now they know. He's shooting bullets. Now that he wakes up. Loki does get the finish onto Machao with that DBS, but Machao is already knocked, so that's an easy point. Lycanon flanking up, trying to get inside the house, give himself a little bit more cover, does some decent damage. Gabi now going to be knocked. It's actually 2 heart from Griffin from afar. So 4 a.m., this maneuver is taking a little bit too long, because now Griffin has been hearing this and wants to get involved. And now K7 too.
K7 wants a taste of the sweetness here, as 4 a.m. Both teams actually might just go down without making any escapes. So before that, after seeing these kind of knocks, Griffin actually made an entry already into the circle Forever, trying to get some line of sight, because they don't have too much time. They know they have to finish the fight right now and dive into the next phase.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's only 1:30 left, and that goes by really fast in the heat of the moment with the way these fights tend to play out. That grenade takes a favorable bounce. I thought that was going to get the knock. Yeah, he jumped into it. Tries to do a soccer move and headbutt the grenade, but you don't want to do that here. Another good one from Forever. Forever's going to finish like Nan, but it is going to be Lu who falls to Savior from afar. So continually, other teams are putting damage into this fight and really through both New Happy and 4 a.m. Now Crazy 112 is able to get to Godby in time for the res. New Happy loses like Nan earlier. This is really interesting. Now it's a 3-on-3, it looks like.
Yeah, with that, Raz still getting a lot of action, but Griffin still keeping an eye on the surviving teams. The fight is here, but the war may not be won by any of these teams here.
No, I think this is bad news. Whoever comes out of this alive is probably just going to die to either Griffin or GEX, although they might luck out that GEX and Griffin fight. We'll see. Good Forever. God, he's so good. We know it. We've known it for years. Forever is nuts. This grenade, if it counts, is going to be good enough.
Oh!
The grenades are money. That is multiple grenades for Forever, getting the job done, and New Happy goes down. It was long, but it was methodical. 4AM is able to get the job done and dusted, but now they've got to go through this barricade that GEX and Griffin have set up.
I think they'll be safe for the next few minutes, but once they escape from the safe spot, I think MCG and also Griffin's going to just bring the rain down directly on them. As 4AM, I think they used a lot of their resources to get back up there too.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of grenades had to be used, a lot of throwables coming out from 4AM, in particular Forever. But Forever able to make them count, and that's really important to get those points where you can. And it's nice if you can do it with your throwables, because that means you're really on point.
Yeah,
you got that arm, you got that laser cannon there.
You have to have a different sense of just reading the time exactly after popping that pin. 1, 2. You got to count perfectly and go for that shot. Forever, what a god. 5 kills for himself only.
He's so good. He's so good.
And
now
Godby's still alive.
Godby is playing point here. That's a decent grenade. Catches the back of Forever, but doesn't do a boatload of damage. A little bit. Griffin here still holding fast. And somehow, some way, 4AM is fighting tooth and nail to get in.
And Griffin can't really reach out to 4AM because they have MCG on their back. If they extend a little too far and if they go up those small hills, they might actually be shut down from MCG. So 4AM, they might have some chance. If there's a single knock on Griffin from MCG, then there's the time for push, but not right now.
Yeah, they're waiting. They're trying to buy as much time as possible. Hopefully hold on and let another team get involved in the fight. Yanli is going to be knocked. Buyo, who's going down as well. 4 Angry Men might just be out dueling a couple different teams. It's GEX and K7 from Chinese Taipei on their western flank, and they are putting them into the ground. Forever going to force himself up into the smoke, is able to get himself prone there. Godby has gone down, 1-1-2 has gone down, and now things might be too much to handle for 4AM.
As they are forced in, has to pick fight against Griffin. Just keeping the line together, as this is going to be a hard push for 4AM. I think they will just be going down in the next few minutes as MCG is keep getting those easy kill points, just shooting down from those easy shots into the compound. They're extending out into the side of the circle now, trying to get that 100% chicken dinner.
I like this move by 2Art. He almost steals the kill onto Godby, but it's going to be Tank who's going to get it in time for MCG. That's going to force 2Art back. There's some shots coming across his bow from GEX. Forever the only one up, but 5 kills already. A huge round for Forever. 6 kills total for 4AM. Now GX is pushed into Griffin. They're trying to third party this. They don't really have many other options available. That stun right in the face of CC. Gonna force him to go prone behind the cactus. Minsung now wrapping to the side. Some throwables from GEX in his back. Doesn't really catch him, and Griffin is able to regroup.
Yeah, Griffin, they're stuck right in the middle, so they don't want to give any knocks to any other team, giving another chance for Forever to stay or MCG to extend from those compounds into them. And that's exactly going to be a GX, but going down, they were the ones challenging.
Look at Summer. He's going to extend anyway,
yes.
G-Class. He's got all the confidence in the world right now. We've seen this guy in the big stages before. We know he's quite good. Now 2Art gets some more damage into Forever, but somehow, some way, Forever is still alive. I don't know how he has any vests or helmets left. He's taken so much damage here, but I guess the bodies of his fallen comrades are there for him to pick up more utility off of, so that's probably how that's going to be. You can see Asura, his vest is broken. Forever gonna take down GEX basically by himself with some help, of course, from some of the other teams, but my God, how long can this man do this?
And Griffins can't stand anymore. They have to bring this member down. They've been stuck because of this guy for the last 3-4 minutes. And knowing that MCG is coming around the back, but they sort of have the confidence, but they're not sure 100% because Forever is a one-man army.
Well, I like the idea here by Griffin. Patient, but steady. They're kind of waiting for Forever to make a mistake. Now as Asura pops around the side, Forever is able to get down behind this hill, keep his head just enough below it, but there is no more room to breathe.
And he's in top 4.
He's down. He is so good. That is crazy good play from Forever, guys. That guy is just an absolute delight to watch. What a play from him to come through here. Now it is going to be VLG, MCG, and Griffin coming down. And VLG and MCG already on top of the leaderboard are going to extend those points atop the other teams.
Yeah, this one's going to be very tough as MCG, because they were in that compound for such a long time. They do still have the vehicle, of course, without a tire there, but still good enough when you can have that as a body blocking those shots, at least from a side when you have this one versus one situation. Of course, 4v4v3. Griffin, I think they still do have a chance because they don't really have that many resources because of Forever. But they know that there's going to be a big contest between BLG and MCG from the top.
Yeah, and I like the maneuver here by MCG, but I'm worried that it might have been a little too soon to try to go for this middle spot because Ghibli saw it, and now they're trying to find the flank onto Summer. If they can bop Summer out of there, that makes things a lot more challenging for MCG. They've also got a good angle on the other members of MCG trying to regroup with Summer here. So VRLU Ghibli going to come down. They're going to need some good shots, but I tell you what, this team is stacked.
Okay, VLG, do you think they're being too aggressive right now, having the 2-2 split, leaving 2 for one team, leaving the other 2 against the other team? Of course, they have the circle, they have the control over the map right now. But if they get one knock from either Griffin or MCG, they might actually go down third.
Yeah, it's a risky play here from VLG.
Oh,
there's that knock. There's that knock from 2Art onto Akari.
MCG's gonna push.
Spear does have an AWM. 2Art looking good, trying to finish the job. Doesn't quite get enough shots to land with that chunky SKS. Just comes up short. It hits hard, but it's hard to make those bullets land sometimes. You hear players complain about it all the oh my god, Asura. Rest in peace, Lindu. Puts him down quick, but the return fire is good to keep him. A good grenade from Tank. He's going to find Asura. Evil Lee has an AWM of his own. He finds the knock onto Meadsung, but there is 2Art here. One of the best fraggers in Korea. Lambu helping out as MCG is getting torn apart between the two South Korean teams.
And VLG has total control on the next circle. MCG and Griffin not having too much members left. I think this is just it. Griffin must have thought, okay, VLG's got such a favorable condition to get that chicken dinner. We just have to challenge into that second place spot. It's not, might be able to. At the end, 2Art is a pretty good shooter. The SKS helping him out a little bit.
He's so good. He's able to do more damage than he takes. Akari's going to get the knock onto Evil Lee. So the AWM in the hands of Evil Lee right now on the ground. And 2Art tries to run to get to Asura, but is going to get cut off by Deva. So Griffin out in third place. Now it's a 4v2 for MCG, and it is looking dire. Ling goes down, Tank goes down. It's going to be VLG. Ghibli takes game number 2 with a big 14-kill chicken dinner.
14 kills. Look how happy they're about to jump out of their scene and destroy some chairs.
Lambu's just like, yeah, it was cool, good job. He's up in the top left there, just kind of breathing a sigh of relief. The rest of the team losing their mind. And I gotta tell you, G-Clef, this is a great segue into our next game because it's Erangel. And you know what that means. Do we have the battle? Is that going to give VRLU Ghibli too much confidence, and are they going to try to fight for the school?
So this is a separate game off of PCS3 Asia. This is a brand new tournament just between the two teams. Might just happen, but god, paper thin. This game has been so stacked, so many fights using those small angles to short terrains, and I was honestly impressed by Griffin because they had a lot of chances to actually extend into 4 AM, take care of Forever easily, but once they overstepped that line, MCG was going to go on top of them because there was a few members trying to go on back of him, try to go for that snipe. They knew exactly what was happening, and even going for that big rush into MCG, looking for that second place spot, did not really come through after VLG just dominating them. But Griffin just looking to be actually becoming, actually finishing one of the stronger Korean teams right now. Surprising to me right now.
I mean, I really liked what I saw out of Griffin during PCS3 Korea, during the qualifiers for this event. They played a little more patient early on, but their decisiveness in their fights, when they decided to take a fight, they were much better about it. They are a very patient team. That's kind of been their MO, but with Juanita there, he gets kind of these ideas in his head where he wants to push at times. He senses very well when a team is weak and when they can take a fight, but they do a good job here, I think, being patient, like you mentioned, knowing that MCG might try to extend and punish them if they reach out too far.
Exactly, well summarized there, and that nade was a thing of beauty. Forever, I think he ended up getting 7 kills in total.
He's just insane. 7 kills. That's absolutely insane. I mean, basically a lot of that is by himself. Forever, one of my favorite players of all time in PUBG Esports. Just time and time again, this guy steps up big for 4 AM. I mean, he's been with the team forever. But
you're so funny. Yes.
Sorry, I had to go for that.
Just,
it was
just
too
once
easy.
in a tournament. Okay?
It once. All right, one bad pun a tournament. Is that all I get? All right. I think he's so incredible. We know it for a long time. He's been one of the best players in China since the dawn of PUBG Esports, and he continues to show us why. He never gives up. And fantastic round from him. Fantastic round from MCG. We're not talking about him a lot. It was a little quiet. They had a good compound.
But they got a lot of kills from those compounds.
Yes.
Over 10 kills, I believe, at least from the kill feed that I just saw, or it was just a lot of knocks happening. Or they also got some kill steals away from the other teams because they got those easy kills. I'm pretty sure they were running out of bullets saying, I need more bullets, guys. I can get more kills. Just give me bullets.
That is a problem that these players face now because of the desire to use the 7.6 guns, the barrel and the SLR.
And the weight is different now.
The weight
compared
is
to
very
the 5s,
different.
and you need a lot of nades. You need to have everything else along with those bullets. So how many bullets do you actually carry?
It depends. I mean, you ask players, and usually it's somewhere. Sometimes it's like 100.
Yeah,
like
100 to 150-ish.
Yeah, 100 back behind what they have in their clips. Sometimes that's all you can afford to do because you really want to keep those, like you mentioned, the utilities, the smokes, the frags, the stuns, all super important. The mollies and the frags weigh about as much as those giant stone balls that they like have at those competitions in like Scotland, you know, where they got to like lift those stone balls on those pedestals.
Yes.
Like that's what you're doing with these frag grenades. Like you're trying to carry these things. They're so heavy.
Yes, as you always want to hold the nade in your hand so it takes up less space.
Yep.
That's always what you need to do, and a lot of players like to have at least 4 up to maybe 6 sometimes of good grenades, even if it takes a lot of that space. Maybe less than 100 bullets if you are allowed to have that many nades, especially as a fragging player from the team. Sometimes they just give you all the nades.
And you've seen it. These players have gotten so good with the frags, even with the reduced damage that was changed on them, almost a year ago now. Even with that, they still can land them so precisely that you can get basically 0 to 100 instantly. At the very least, like if they're at like 2/3 health, those grenades are oftentimes close enough to get the job done. Now Ghibli, my 24 points. 11 points ahead of Multi-Circle Gaming there. Multi-Circle Gaming, great round. To hold a compound and still get 7 kills for that long is really impressive because that's the sign of a really good team. A team that knows when to reach out when they're given a compound in a circle and not just kind of turtle up and find those kills.
And big news, PUBG Esports, 1 point. They had a really long rotation. They had a long way to go, and then they actually went towards the other side of the map, all the way towards the east near the Complementar. But because they were out-rotated by OG and always pressured out by them, they couldn't really make a big entry. Even the Freak of Freaks were challenging them. There were a lot of obstacles for them to come in, so they would be finishing with just 1 point, which is sort of unfortunate, but there's still lots of games ahead.
Yeah, and I think for New Happy, this is not the best start. I mean, they are new. They are new to these global competitions, and in that extremely long, protracted battle between 4 angry men, they don't even get a point out of it. So that's a little disconcerting if you're a fan of that team and you're looking for them to maybe make a splash here at PCS3 Asia in their first opportunity on the big stage, on the global stage.
Yeah.
It just isn't there, yeah.
Seen some moments from Mingming, but not really getting any of those points. And also from the first match, I believe they were also at the dead bottom from the first match. Maybe it's taking some time for them to actually warm up. Sometimes there are teams like that, like even Genji would be considered one of those slower starter teams.
That's true. That's a good point. There are teams that, just need to get the feel for the tournament. They're not sure what the other teams are doing, and they're not sure how to play around it. So Ghibli is out in front after 2 games. And then I want to look right to 4 Angry Men. My eyes instantly searching for that team because coming up next is Erangel, and that means, do we have a battle for it? Now, Ghibli, I should point this out. During the Korean qualifiers, Ghibli did end up going into Razak. They left the school because there was an open qualifying team called the Kim Pirates that took the apartments from them And the Kim Pirates are
They're
an
actually really
interesting
good.
team. They're really good. They have
with
Taming.
lots of ex-pros, yes.
Yeah, they have Taming, the 2019 world champion on the team, who took a break for a while to do some streaming and other things, but then he put together a team that played pretty well, and they came through. And I think we're ready for a break, guys. Yes, indeed. We have 2 more games of Erangel coming at you next here at PCS3 Asia.
Sound. Where are they? Outside? Downstairs? After you guys. Go away. Go away. I don't know. Chris? Nice. Good shot. People outside running around.
I see 2 right, I just fuck someone's head.
Running outside west. Running with the pipes right now. On the pipes, boys. He's below you, boys.
Is he inside?
Insta.
Hold it.
Yeah.
Killed that guy.
Nice.
Cool.
매치를 앞두고 인사드립니다.
Welcome back, everybody, to PCS3 Asia. We're going to take a little bit of a slowdown here before we get into game number 3 over to Erangel. We're going to talk to you for a little while. We're going to break things down, maybe give a little bit of insight into what we might see next. We'll see, G-Clef. But so far, Ghibli looks good. And I've been saying this all year. Ghibli, just stop fighting for the apartments.
Yes.
Because they're good enough to win. And I'd
They are
rather see that.
Insanely good. They are good. And take a screenshot right now. This might be the first time and might be the last time you see Ghibli on top. As we go into Erangel very soon from match 3. Hope to see them stay on top for a very long time. But if they continue to contest against 4 AM, and we know from history, 9 out of 10. It was a loss for Ghibli.
And I think both teams got to be looking at this, well, we're both top 5. You know, maybe our better shot, because they're both playing well, maybe our better shot here is to just kind of let it go. Now, teams to keep our eyes on. Tianba, of course, a PCS champion already. They play extremely well in China, and like you mentioned earlier, G-Clef, they barely got through in the very last game of the PCL.
And contesting, I think we have them before going into Erangel because might be having some landmark fight against Genji here from the South George, as they did force them out once in other tournaments. It was actually a big loss for Genji because they had to change the entire rotation, which they have been comfortable for the last years of PUBG Esports. So Tianba, but they don't look as strong as when they came into PCS1 or PCS2. So is this really worth the challenge for Genji at the same time? So it's going to be these two, Tianba versus Genji, and 4 AM versus Ghibli.
I suspect we're going to see Genji back off, but I don't know for sure.
You think so?
I suspect that's my inkling, and I'm not saying that because of like scrims or anything like that. They'll go at it in scrims, but just based on history, I would hope that Genji is prepared another drop location for this event. Now Ghibli,
yes, Lambo and the boys did mention, I'm not going to name the name, but did mention from the from streaming that they will be going against 4 AM just last night.
Yeah, I've been watching their streams, and that's exactly what they've been saying. And I've been hearing it behind closed doors as well, G-Clef, that this is, they don't want to give this spot up. They want to claim this spot for the international events. Okay, guys, we are actually ready. We're going to take a break. All right, a minute break. We'll be right back, guys. All right, for real this time, we're back. PUBG Continental Series 3. I was so ready for Erangel. I was so excited, but we got a little bit more time before we get into it. Players are loading into the lobby. Paper Thin and G-Clef coming at you as we move maps for the final half of this day. But don't worry, plenty of PUBG Esports action coming at you. There are your top 5 damage dealers. For match number 2, over 1,000 damage for 2 different players in that one. What? And Tank again.
Too hard.
Oh
Tank
God.
again from that compound, just sprayed, almost had to spray down from alongside Hikari from all the way down, which because of all these fights from Forever, Too Hard, Griffin versus 4 AM, and also MCG did not really get to see that many fights from the top of that circle all the way from the north. But VLG was basically dominant. They took down so many different teams from there. That's exactly why we have Hikari and Deva on the same screen.
And I think it's interesting to see Forever. He had 7 kills, so you're thinking to yourself at home, shouldn't he have more damage than that? Well, part of it was he was getting help from other teams and also the blue a little bit. But also this means he's very efficient with his bullets and his grenades. That's why that number is low. So it's kind of misleading here for Forever that damage is low. He actually was out of his mind. He was shooting. He was hitting every shot he took, basically.
Oh, we saw all those shots, so we don't need to. I don't think we need to explain that far into how good he actually was. And again, his nades were actually right on point. That after right click, just the underthrow right there with the jump. After seeing the knock where he was going to be after that many seconds, okay, his teammate has to be there in the smoke, near the smoke. Perfect throw for those 2 kills.
Yeah, the IQ is, I mean, when you've played as much competitive PUBG as that guy has, your IQ just naturally goes up. And we see it from him time and time again.
Really? My IQ actually goes down.
Oh. Mine too.
I don't know why.
We're getting old. I think I get better and then I get worse. But regardless, our players get better, and that's why they're the players and we're here behind the desk. So this next Erangel, I mean, again, I think the 2 big questions, like we just talked about during our little kind of break there, was the South George fight and the apartment fight. Are we going to have either? Historically, the teams that have gone for those fights haven't usually done well. Tianba's the only one who's kind of gotten away with it a little bit, but mostly that was Gen.G backing off pretty early.
Gen.G backing off to Pochinki lots of those times, all the way to the side, and also not really contesting as much from
or even Milta Power sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, Milta Power. Oh, I was about to say Lipovka, excuse me, not
Lipovka,
Pochinki.
yeah.
Lipovka all the way from the east. So that's going to be the big contest if depends on the flight path. It might actually force a lot more teams to contest or go for that vehicle fight early on. And then depending on the first circle popping after those landing, Gen.G might actually not even rotate towards the South George.
Yeah, actually, I think that's very possible. I think there's a lot of options for Gen.G, and I think they've kind of learned from FaZe's playbook. FaZe talks about this a lot over in Europe, that they don't care where they drop. It doesn't matter.
Because they're so good.
If you're good enough at the game, you understand the game at a high enough level, you can pretty much drop wherever you need to drop and get things done. I mean, obviously, you'd prefer to be a little more central. For Gen.G, they love South George because they love to go up to that mountain and get the information that's available from the top of it, from Everest. That's just what they like to do, and it really kind of dictates a lot of their play based on that, either Aquafight or PO going up there. But if they don't have that available, they got to learn how to adjust. They got to learn how to adapt, because that is the name of the game in PUBG.
And also a big point I do want to get before we go into Erangel is if OGN's not being contested at all from Pochinki, they are going to be grabbing, just taking everyone down and grabbing all those points in Erangel. They're strong in Miramar, but they have not been able to really clump up and go to that top 3 so far for OGN Entrance. But for Pochinki, they are going to be strong without contest.
All right, game number 3 is ready, guys. Erangel coming at you. All right, we are up and over, starting out on top of Novo, heading up to the northwest a bit, but it's a pretty steep plane path, maybe leading us down to Sosnovka Island to start this one out. We'll see, though. Still a lot of areas available. Out the gate is a Freak of Freaks who do like to go to the Milta Power area. That is their historical home here in Korea and in Asia.
Pero going into that military base, they're going to be controlling the entire island for themselves. If they get the circle, then it's great, but everything else, except for those military circles, it's going to be hard for them to rotate in and out. Let's see the contest from Pochinki and 4 AM. VLG
Oh boy, they're separated. This is BLG is nowhere near going for the schools.
They're going for the ruins.
The sunken city. They might be kind of hedging their bets because they might go to Razak.
Genji.
Oh, Genji.
Genji, Tiamba.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
Buckle up, because here we go. Two of the best in the world squaring off over South George. Genji not interested in ceding this territory as they have in the past. You guys are in for a treat here. These two teams always fighting over these bottom 6.
Not a bad circle for a big fight, even if this takes long. Center circle.
They're in the doors first. So Genji beats them to those middle buildings. Oh my god.
Thank you. Loki. Looking in a barrel, okay? Pretty nice. Oh, and a punching fight, but Pio comes in to help.
Lin Shun punched Anonix, but Pio is quick enough with the Vector to get Lin Shun down and out. So far, Genji a 1-for-0 potentially, depending if they're able to get Anonix up here. Now Tianba shifting over to this because they know that there isn't anything in the hands for Anonix just yet. And on top of that, of course, the res has to come through, but a bunch of damage being done on the backside as they try to transition over to this fight.
But still, that rotation was being read and got some shots down from Aqua 5, so it should be easy, and they should be having good idea, at least a couple of Tianba where they are right now with that rotation. As now they should be hearing these footsteps going up to the stairs. Might be a big challenge, as we see a lot of closer good guns right there from Genji.
I love what Loki's doing. Loki knows that he's relatively safe up there, but M200's going to get a knock onto Anonix. That's number 2, so that's problematic. Pio's just got a Vector, but there's a barrel here. That's a much better gun to have in this situation. M200's going to push on in. Pio's trying to hold it down, but the barrel is just too good, and Pio isn't able to get a grip fast enough. So that's going to be Pio down and out. Anonix surely going to follow. Now we're just blasting on in through the doors with the DBS, and here comes Loki and Aqua 5 to try to secure Lorena.
Yeah, this is the moment. Exactly peeking out and then look for that sweet shot, but here comes.
Oh, just in time is Loki. Lorena almost gets 2. But the DBS just pre-fired a bit too early there. Now grenades are going to be flying in here. This is problematic, except that this is really smart here by Genji and Aqua 5. They get outside. They avoid grenade range, really.
2 for 2. Almost 2 for 3 here. He's buying that time to get that res. This means he has to heal back up. There was also a knock from GEX. CC actually got that long shot from, I believe, all the way from the hospital side. And did not really help Tianba in their way.
Yeah, you've got Aqua 5 watching the stairs to give the information safely for Loki potentially, but it is going to be them backing off of that as they come up. M200 runs back downstairs. Now Ming, he's got a grenade and he's thinking about trying to pop it on up there. Finally, Genji feels that they're comfortable enough to go for this res. That grenade right on the feet, and it's going to take down Aqua 5 with it. Does a little bit of damage to Loki as well. Loki still with that DBS trying to hold the line. And M200 actually came up the stairs once. Now he's got to try it again.
Gotta go right now, Loki. Trying to get that shot. No damage really being connected there, but just getting some done, but no real big shot. Damn it. That's always a big risk when you have that shotgun.
Yeah, if you whiff those shots in the shotgun, you don't have the ability to regroup with your spray like you do with an assault rifle. So for Genji, they lose the battle. Take down 2 with them at least, but this makes me kind of question going forward, what is Genji's strategy going to be? Lipovka was left open. Now
Lipovka's open.
Could have been potentially because of the plane path, but it's hard to say for sure because if you're Genji and you're gunning for a championship, you can't be doing this. Neither can Tianba, to be fair, but Tianba's just shown that they are just insane. They will just fight this till the last breath.
I think Genji might be going for another challenge and then have a solution right after that, after the first day. Because Lipovka's open, not just that, prison mentioned. So it's a big eastern side basically open for any other team to contest. So that's a big loss for Genji. They got 2 kills, but that's not enough for them.
4 AM reaching out up to Potato Mountain, and Entis made an early exit. This is a very early rotation for Entis, and they come through and they completely tear through 4 AM right now. There is not much left for them to hold on to, and Forever realizes it.
Yeah, did not really expect Entis to get up here so quickly after dropping from Pochinki. Usually they would stay and go towards the south side, a smaller lower mountains compared to this potato mountain, but made a quick rotation into the eastern side, knowing that 4 a.m. there was no contest against Verlu Givli, so likely they will come down immediately. Good read by OGN there.
Yeah, really smart. Again, good coaching here for OGN to make this decision. Normally, OGN does like to go down to like the sushi houses that are kind of to the southeast of Pachinki there, but this time they're coming through and completely wrecking 4 a.m.'s day to start. 4 a.m. didn't have to fight over the apartments, but it's going to be Entus this time to put the nail in their coffin early. What is Hikari doing? He heard this fighting and was kind of pushing up there, seeing if he could pick off something from it. Instead, he's going to be the one potentially being picked on.
Under's got to be careful, though, at the same time, as there are a few other members. But it's been covered by lots of trees. It's going to be helping him out. And spotted. Woo! And the shots.
Oh, Under gets some decent damage. It took a little bit for him to get the angle and get the kind of lead on the shots, but there is the rest of Ghibli here to back up their teammates. So I think for Hikari, the escape should be makeable. Once he gets down to these dog houses, he should be A-okay.
Well, I do have a feeling that VLG is going to try to contest against 4 a.m. in the next match or tomorrow, because they ended up getting those apartments now, and they're also in school area right after 4 a.m. left their spot.
It's pretty typical for VLG to do this when they've seeded these apartments. They wait for the other team to leave the apartments and then they come in and take it if it's in the circle. So that's kind of what they've been liking to do. Now, on your map here, Entus still set up on Potato Mountain. There's still a couple members of 4 a.m. on the bottom. Now, they had to back off to the there's names for this compound that I can't say on air, but it's the area in between the school and Pachinki. And for now, I think 4 a.m. isn't planning on leaving that anytime soon.
Yeah, those compounds are actually pretty good. From the mountainside, you're not in danger of any kind unless you're just peeking out from the window all the time. Also, you have the chance to go towards the hill, towards all the water buildings. If you really have to go towards that northern side, or even cross those small rivers, if the next circle actually goes north. So you're all the way at the bottom here. 50 is going to be just looting out from the sushi houses and maybe look for a big rotation on towards that potato.
So these new ferry ports that have come in, let's listen to this first.
저희가 밀타파워가 이제 프릭스가 엄청 오래됐거든요. 밀타파워를 먹은
It's been a long time for Freaks to actually control the Milta
잘
power.
아는 것 같아서.
And I think we have a pretty good understanding of it.
먹으면 좋은 성적을 유지하지 않을까 에란겔에서.
And as long
as
we keep the landmarks, I think we should be having good points.
갔는데 중국 팀 플레이 방식에 따라 좀 변화가 될 것 같아요.
And in terms of rotation, depending on how the Chinese teams actually make
좀더 공부를 하고 연구를 해봐야지 알 것 같아요.
their own rotation, I think we have to do a lot more studies and research before after bumping into them.
That's smart. That's really smart. I mean, these first couple days are really just kind of poking and prodding the other teams to see what they want to do, to kind of understand their mindsets and how they're making their rotations. Now, the Freaks do have the 2-2 split across the road, the traditional kind of 2-2 split up there by Milta, but they're making an early exit, and this is really smart. Afrika's on the gun here early to get those center circles.
They can do this because they were the ones landing towards the Milta power, so no parachutes going down towards prison, towards Lipovka, towards mansion. They know that likely there's no one on that northeastern side, so they can make these long, quick rotations, knowing that there's no one else.
Exactly. They're heading into the compounds just to the southwest of the museum, and that is very, very open, of course. There's a crate there, an MK14. You'll love to see it if you're Mamu. No doubt about it. The gun that is just absolutely nuts. That is the most favored gun, I'd say, if you're going to pick one. The AWM is nice, but the Mark 14, careful here. That's okay. Just doing a little styling, just a few style points for 4 a.m.
Style points, but when you only have two members, those style points can become a death on your team.
At least it's not a motorcycle. if you flip that motorcycle and both of you die on it, that's a real feels bad, man. And I think for now, 4 a.m. can't really go too much deeper. There isn't a lot available here.
Just trying to scout for any open, empty houses, but that's not going to be an easy spot to look for right now, as most of it's being controlled by all the other teams.
Well, they're going to try something. Hikari. Yeah, Hikari finds Zenon. There was a fight going on here.
Eventually into VLG.
I know, K7, so they're going to try it. I guess I like the idea. Try to third-party something, but you're into VLG. And this is kind of the fight away from the fight. And now we've got 2 knocked here, Spear and Akari, but it is going to be Akari who takes down 4AM. Nothing doing for 4AM there. That was a little bit ill-advised, I'd say. Plus, you also have Entis on the back of the hill that can watch that.
Yeah, after checking out all those other houses on the eastern side, northern and eastern side of the school and apartment, said, okay, we really don't have anyone else to go because there will be teams coming down from the Potato Mountains. 4AM just said, okay, bump in. Let's try to get any kills if we can with just 2 members left. Still no kills coming out here.
I'm fine with the play call. I mean, you know there's a fight going on here. You've seen the kill feed. You know there's knocks on both sides. Might as well try and try to take advantage of the chaos. But in this case, it's just Hikari, who is so good. He's another one of those players, G-Cliff. I want to talk about this role in Korea. The po-top is what it's called in Korean. It literally translates to turret.
Turrets, basically you are not even moving, just with your Q and E, left and right, poking out, and you're leaving the other teammates, the 3 other teammates or 2 other teammates to approach the enemy, so you are supposed to be the one lining down the sights at the same spot, so your teammates are safe from taking any more damage. That's exactly what the role is supposed to be for, and you're supposed to be the best shooter from the team.
The best sniper especially. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of similar to the idea of an anchor.
Yes.
What a lot of NA and EU teams and coaches and players and analysts and everything refer to it as an anchor. It's a little bit similar to that, but it isn't quite the same.
Yeah, as Potap, usually you don't even make those shot calls. You literally just stay in a spot and shoot. You don't even go for those small rotations. That's exactly your role. Get the shots right so you can get the knocks so the other members can actually approach them and pick up those kills or take the spots away.
I think it's really nice to just be able to focus on that. Speaking of nice things, there's another code up there for you guys.
Yes.
Get that on in. Spam the chat with it so everyone has a chance. And go ahead and open up your PUBG client.
Be nice and make sure you have the right spelling when you have the copy and paste. Because I've been tricked by a lot of other people out there.
I like it when people just spam random codes and everybody's like, that code didn't work. I'm like, well, they're trolling
and
you,
the other person copies that code into paste. And I've been tricked a couple of times.
All right, so this circle is super weird because the eastern half of it is kind of barren. There's some dips in the middle of it that are playable. The western side of it has a lot of the trees and stuff, so it's a little more forgiving for the teams to come into. Oof, oh no, Longskir's going down early here. Dumbo finds him. That's a big loss for infantry. Infantry has not been able to get it going here yet.
Yeah, I like that small walkway near that Potato Mountain. That's exactly where you control from the Penta, the Wizard House, and some shacks there as OPGG is just keeping F50 out coming from that south. As it can be okay because there are lots of trees. Even if you come close, you don't really go down because of all those trees.
Ooh, good shooting here by Gokuri. Again, I mentioned earlier, he's been playing well recently in the OSM. He was the top fragger for Detonator, and they won a game in the OSM as well, and that's against Korean teams. A lot of the teams that you're seeing here from Korea and Japan and Chinese Taipei were in that event. So it was kind of a preview for this, and I was impressed with Detonation Gaming White. It's why I keep my eyes on them at every international, because I'm just waiting. Oh my god, under. It's just nasty.
14th place after 15th.
Yeah, it's been tough. They're still hanging out in 3rd, but that might not last longer, depending on what K7, 4AM, Entis, Gen G, OPGG, all around 14, 15 points there. It's going to be interesting, but going back to Detonation Gaming White, I am waiting for them to break through at an international. I feel like the potential is there, and oh no,
they're
infantry.
Will they drive into the spot?
Oh no, you can't send it. You can't send it into this dip. The tempo dip is already occupied by New Happy here, and that is going to be 1 knock, but that is it.
That dip is one of the most popular dip in Erangel in history, and you have to expect maybe just send one person and check first and then go for that drive, but that was reckless, I want to say.
Well, infantry does this. These circles, I've seen this a couple times from infantry where they'll just send it at the Alamo, which is the compound to the northeast where Griffin is right now. You can see that on your radar there. Sometimes they sent it at, it was Element 36 during a previous event and just got wiped out. And here again, they kind of get a little bit too ambitious, and they send it at stuff that's, I mean, of the spots to take if you can get into that dip properly, maybe you get lucky and you run someone over when you're flying in there. But in this case, New Happy just stands tall and just shreds them.
Yeah, it is certainly a spot hard to check when you're coming from the south side, and they were also challenged from OPGG to go around. And the next circle shifts a little bit towards that western side. OGN, Entus still in the great control. That's a great spot off from all the other eastern teams that has to bump into them now.
Yeah, Entus is doing a really nice job here, working their rotations, keeping other teams backed off of them, setting up the pick early on onto 4AM. So far looking like they've really done their homework coming into this game. Ghibli has to work from the northwest side with MCG raining it down on top of them. You got to be careful here if you're Spear. Getting across this road, it can be a bit challenging, just like any road in competitive PUBG, but looks like he might be able to get away with it.
Yeah, with some angles being covered from the southern side, they might be okay, but MCG might be raining down bullets when they are supposed to come into that next circle. So Griffin making that big rotation again, trying to look for this dip, but if they go a little bit too far, they have to go challenge against New Happy.
Well, you got to go into Sun Sister here. There's no other option now. There's no choice, and it's good headshot by Polly with the bolt. Gonna find Lambu. Kendes lighting him up now with the AK. Gets a bit of damage in there.
That vehicle's gone.
Oh, that's one, that's two. Crazy Sam and Kendes gonna finish Ghibli off. They had no choice. They had to clown car it. Sun Sister shots, and that opening headshot from Polly with the bolt. Incredible stuff.
The only thing they could have done is maybe survive for the next few minutes and take some more blue damage, then come in, which will be still about the same situation that we have just seen.
I'm 1,000,000% fine with what VLG did there. That's their best option. Send it in there. Sun Sister's a little bit spread out, but Sun Sister's shooting just too good that time around, and that's the risk you have to take. EJ stuck in a shack, speaking of bad situations. This one is really unfortunate, but if you can hold off in this shack, the problem with this shack is not, if you can get close enough, it's not too hard to get a grenade in there or something. It's very exposed.
Yeah, you might just have to force yourself out, but you've got a lot of vehicles, so Griffin, I think they are considering just jumping in after taking a few peeks into K7 and maybe going towards that top hill where Entus might get a hit, but it might be okay because they had a lot of vehicles that should cover at least a few angles from the side.
All right, Griffin is making their move. They're outside of the circle. They're going to have to run potentially in a New Happy here, or they might just realize that there's too many teams there. I mean, it's so hard, G-Clef.
I think they should use the vehicles. Yes, they're okay. Yeah, jumping in again after seeing that many smokes coming down from Afrika. This is our time to actually go.
I like it. I think they were just getting information first, and then they're going to make their move. So they're waiting on this. They do have Detonation Gaming White up to the north if they want to push through that direction. And I think they probably have a pretty good idea. I think we've seen Detonation Gaming White in the kill feed. There is Ming Ming getting it done onto Dangche. This guy, again, keep your eyes on the prize here, because this guy can light up the scoreboard. We saw it in the PCL, tied for most frags in the PCL qualifiers. A good grenade from Jiao. He's going to find the knock onto Hansia.
Yeah, a good spot to take away. Afrika was able to... it was almost possible for them to challenge in, but it's not going to be easy as they have to go across and into that peak. As Griffin would also try to dominate right on top of the OG and still at dead center.
They love it. It's a magnet right for Entus right now. EJ's going to step out. He's going to get one. Going to get the finish on to Lycna. Tries to come around the corner, but Ming is there to finish the job. The Freaks go out in 11th place. Now I'm really curious what Griffin's going to do. I thought they might try to third party on this, but it was a little too clean here, I feel like, for New Happy.
Yeah, New Happy not really losing too much and actually grabbing a lot of those points, partially due to Ifty just running into them. OPGG down below were challenged. Pero actually came against them. Pushing from the side did not really make any sound. OPGG must have thought they were going to pick more teams coming from the south, but after Ifty rotating out, I think they should have already made that earlier rotation. They shouldn't be here until this time.
Yeah, it is a bit late. I agree with you there. Oh, Griffin's just gonna send it in here. This is I don't know about this. This is crazy. They're gonna get one. It's a Surat quickly taken down and out. He is able to give some information, but quickly that's 2 down for Griffin. Juanita found out between K7 and New Happy. Ooh. Good grenade right in front of Mean Sung there. Has him very, very hurt. It's all up to 2 heart for Griffin. Has the angle on to Ming Ming, but hasn't been able to pull the trigger just yet. Ming Ming might have seen him there indeed. Ming Ming did see it, but 2 heart, got one, not good enough. It is going to be XKK that comes through and finishes Griffin's round.
Yeah, you would be saying, why didn't they try a few minutes ago? Because Griffin thought that this has to be the play right now with the new circle. where New Happy is might actually be the winning position if they can actually keep their spot right there.
Wow, in the background of everything, Detonation Gaming White gets obliterated by MCG. Now MCG looking to do the favor to K7, but a good trade going to come from Loxlock. 1-for-1 here. Savior has been knocked, and the smokes are being thrown out for K7, trying to buy themselves a little bit of time. Meanwhile, I expect if Multi-Circle Gaming does what most Chinese teams do, they are going to swallow K7 and try to just flush them out. But it's going to be Booyah coming up big, getting a knock on the tank.
This has to be quick because New Happy is challenging them from behind. K7 might just be sandwiched in the middle of the two, but because of those knocks, MCG, they need a lot of time. So MCG better be left. K7 has to push.
Yeah, here we go. The push is on. They're pushing forward. Now New Happy has gotten in the backside of this. They can see it. Loxlock doing a good job, but he's going to get traded. Summer is down. Evil Lee is going for the flush. It's up to Savior here. He has good information. That grenade right next to Evil Lee is actually a stun. So that's just going to buy a little bit of time here for Savior, as now he wraps in front of, towards the middle of the circle, in front of MCG, and he's got to take him down. What a stand tall moment for K7.
And he's trapped by New Happy and GX right now. Has no chance of escaping the spot. There's the spray, and New Happy taking K7 down. Left with the final 4 teams, and the magnet stays on OGN. And didn't do a single thing. Guys, have fun out there in the fields. We're safe in the compound.
Yeah, and there's only 4 teams left. Now, the worst situation any team is left in right now is 3 players alive. So OPGG is able to rally on the backside.
Exactly.
Come through and find the southern edge free to themselves. Now it's GEX and New Happy. New Happy can go right back to the dip. That is still free, as is the meme. The dip's free, but they are very happy to come back to this. I like the reaching out here by New Happy to go for points, and now they are going to reassess and move forward. It all depends on that important Phase 7 and Phase 8 circle. How much of this dip is going to be left?
See, the challenge from Griffin was the right choice at the end here. Again, going back to this position. For OPGG, there are some trees, but there are actually somewhat of a lot of angle from OGN to actually shoot up here, and that many trees for OPGG to cover. So I think it's just a good idea to maybe even take some blue damage at the next circle, and then just... It's going to be a very hard rotation for them to go down to OGN. Maybe if OGN is being challenged by any other team, but that might actually not happen in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the timing so important in PUBG Esports. With Griffin, good idea, maybe not the right time to try to bop New Happy out of that spot. But in the end, it is going to be New Happy. They're just so mechanically skilled, and now they're on Erangel. Teams tend to kind of get a breath of fresh air when they switch maps. If they didn't do well on Miramar, switch over to Erangel. For whatever reason, it seems like it breathes new life into you. Now, GEX, because New Happy went back to the dip, is able to move up to the northwestern side for free.
GX, they can have some free time here, but the next rotation, I think they just have to get out, and OGN might, depending on where OGN is looking towards, we might just see 3rd place, 4th place finish in the next few minutes. As New Happy, they'll just be happy sitting on that spot.
And this is a nice little compound for OGN, not just because it's in the center of the circle, but also kind of upish on a hill. It has fences around it, so you're allowed to reach out a little bit further because you have the protection of the fence around you. You got to be careful, though, because when OPGG starts spraying down in there, there are some sight lines you can get where you can get a pretty quick knock and flush.
And the only chance for New Happy to go in right now is towards the shack and go towards OGN using a lot. I think they did use some amount of resources, but not too many smokes because they've been just sitting on that spot forever. And basically center circle.
Yep, the magnet is strong there for sure.
So OGN is going to decide who's going to be the 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place finish. As all the other teams, actually New Happy not waiting a moment. Early movement with the spray.
Yeah, it's going to be Ming Ming up in front. He's able to get to that shack you talked about just a second ago. Smokes are down to cover the rotations well enough. He took a little bit of damage, but good enough to get to this shack, and that's the important part, the first step. Now, they are sending Zhao way out there. Giao. He is going way out to the north, and he has got XKK following him. And for these guys, they're just...
GXOPGG just waiting. Come on, guys. You guys move first so we can have an early entry, easy entry. Or maybe even bumping into OGN directly. That might be actually better of a choice.
It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, like trying to wait for the other teams, or you would be the first one to make the move. Yeah, here we go. OPGG gonna send it down the hill. It's Dumbo, Silky on the cover, trying to shoot into Entis. Isn't able to find any joy just yet, but that does allow AO and Dumbo.
Nice entry though.
Yeah, this isn't bad.
Oh,
now,
they're ready with the nade.
How are the OGN gonna react to this? You've got Under, who is absolutely nuts close range. Can he hold this down? Indigo's got a grenade on the inside. Is he gonna be able to find the knock? He gets it on to AO. Good call-outs, good throwables from Indigo, and AO stuck behind the bed.
OGN is, in terms of defending these compounds, known as the best Korean teams in terms of defensive plays. As OPGG did make an entry, but with Silky all the way out towards the mountainside, I think it's going to be hard. Butler just might keep its spot, and Silky.
Dude, Indigo is out of his mind.
Ooh, Ming actually steals the kill.
Oh no, Ming. Good stuff though, that's what you should be doing, and Indigo, for all that hard work, he's only got 1 kill in the bag so far. For all those knocks he's been able to pull off. Now we do have the res being attempted by Dumbo, as a lot of OGN Entis' attention has been turned to GEX, who is trying to get over this hill.
Because for New Happy, OGN can't really get too much angles as the housing. Because how the house is positioned towards the window side, it's a lot more towards GEX. And the circle shift into GEX. They're actually quite safe with some smokes.
If you can get across the road, if you're GX, if you can get across the road, get to the western side of this compound, it's doable. You can push this pretty solidly, but OGN is so good on defense, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, OGN feeling it. It's now or never. We have to take out. Ooh, Dumbo Heel's actually outside, not inside of the house. Yeah, OGN feeling it right now. It has to be. We have to take care of OPGG right now and then grab that chicken dinner now or never.
Yeah, AO is still being attempted to be rezzed. It's been a couple different tries. Kale does escape with his life for now, so Indigo going to be throwing down those smokes. Under still holding the top floor of this compound forever. He is such a tough nut to crack. Dumbo is learning the hard way. I mean, Under, for my dollars to donuts, one of the best Phase 8 and 9 players in the world.
You have to be challenging GEX, not going for those favorable position towards the fences.
Yeah, I think this is a little too cautious, and I think New Happy might just try to wreck GX's day. Good grenades coming in! The throwables onto the money. New Happy brings the hammer down. GEX out in 4th place, but they do suffer 2 knocks as a result.
And OGN Entis, they basically have this one down as long as they are able to get those 2 kills for OPGG. And it seems like there are some smokes still available for New Happy, so those reds can be okay. As long as OPGG... Oh, another knock on AO.
He's so good with those grenades, and Dumbo is trying to hold the door. He gets 1, but he's super hurt. Oh! Coming around the corner. Good peek by Kale is going to finish the job. Under did get knocked, but he should be resable. That, I believe, is his first knock. And now New Happy trying to stabilize, but only 2 left, as firm control of this game belongs to Entis as they watch Sungjong spraying the shots down. Hasn't connected just yet. A little bit of juking and jiving here from Jiao.
Yeah, the music is intense, but the actual situation is not as intense as you think it actually is. Just going for that final kill. If he pulls it out, that's amazing. But in this situation in that tree, almost impossible.
Yeah, Indigo's gonna come up and finish the job. Indigo stands tall once again. OGN Entis,
perfect.
The favorites from Korea, get their first win of the tournament. I wouldn't be too surprised if there's a few more coming for these guys. That was clean from beginning to end.
This was a chicken dinner they could not lose. If they lost, there's something wrong with OGN Entis. And perfect rotation, getting those early kills, beating that 4 AM. I think that was the most impressive play that came out from OGN Entis, to be honest, in this entire match, because Circle just kept on going on to them. Didn't have to move. Those are some of the games that you just say, okay, I can actually just keep the compound and win the chicken dinner. Of course, not as easy like those games. We were challenged by OPGG. That was quite a harass. They also got a knock on the KO, which was actually... could have been a timing where GX could have shoot them down from the side. There were some angles. GX still had some vehicles available, but...
yeah, GX...
yeah, just New Happy challenging into them with those 2 nades. Bum, 2 kills, and 1 more to finish off.
I mean, you talked about it that for these teams from the PML, for GX, for K7, it's about speed. and they get 4th and 5th here, but GEX had a chance to go into OG Entus's, territory, get to that building fence line, and at least make a go of it. While OG Entus is busy fighting that OPGG push, they had an opening. They just aren't able to pull the trigger and go for it, and then New Happy just comes in there and just rains down on top of them with the frags. Ends the round, and here's New Happy just shredding teams. And what a setup here for Sun Sister. They get the job done. Think about this early game movement here from OG, and yes, they were gifted the compound in some circles, but the early game is what set the stage. They knock 2 members of 4AM out, and they keep BLG busy. So both of those teams get forced up to the northwest and end up losing out early because of it.
Boom.
Just
and even the third member actually went like super low, maybe less than 10 HP. Number trying his final moment, but not enough in scale. As dominant plays from OG and Entus did grab a lot of those kills as well as placement points, and I expect them to do a lot better in this tournament, especially on Erangel.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, 17 kills for New Happy.
Incredible.
We were waiting for these guys. Miramar wasn't their map, but Erangel looks really, really darn good as these guys finally come alive. The sleeping giants out of China step ahead of OG and Entus despite the win. Multi-Circle Gaming not too far behind here with 11.
See, I picked MCG because of this reason. They know exactly when to push, when not to push. And when they make the push, they will at least be grabbing and stealing those kills. Oftentimes, Tank becoming maybe a rising superstar on this big stage. I don't think he's nervous at all. And so far for MCG, second place, third place finish.
That's impressive.
Still pretty good. Not just placement, not just from placement points, in terms of total points from the rounds.
We see it time and time again from China, where a team comes through in their first major event and just plays amazing. And now, look who's on top. Multi-Circle Gaming is ahead by 2 points over Ghibli. Ghibli, a round to forget there, but Entus climbs their way up to third place here. And New Happy, is that literally all their points in that round? I didn't realize they were a donut in those first 2 laps. That's all their points. Wow. What a way to get yourself on the board, I guess. All or nothing here for New Happy.
And guys, Tiemba still at 7th, 4 AM, 8th. Not bad as we just started Erangel, but Infantry all the way at the bottom, 15th. As they had a tough rotation, of course, especially the Miramar games, there were lots of hard rotations. But I thought this was a game where they were going to pick up at least a few points. Certainly not working out exactly the same for Afrika Freaks at the bottom 16th place.
Yeah, I think for Infantry, they're another slow starter. They historically have started out most of the tournaments a little slow. I don't think if you're an Infantry fan, which you should be because they're really, really good, I don't think you should be too worried right now. They do tend to kind of, it takes a day or two for them to really get a feel of things. They've never really come out gangbusters in any of the PCSs that I can really remember. And somebody's probably like, well, there was one game, I don't know. But typically it's a little slower, and then around the middle of the tournament is where they really start to gain steam.
Yeah, especially after week number 1, they do a lot of studies, and I think it's going to be popping. I do want to talk to about Genji a little bit more, but before we talk, I think we have to go to break.
Get a break. All right, guys, we'll be right back with PCS3 Asia.
네, 바로 앞에 가죠.
시간 봐서 나이스.
야 3번 이거 3번도 와야 되고
이거 땡겨라
와야 된다.
성찬아 땡겨라.
알았어.
천천히 우리 잭스바 상한이요.
보고 있어. 2번 쪽 연막 치고 버티는 거 아니야?
나갔다. 1층. 빨개. 1층에 있다. 폭 가져.
기절이야. 나 쏘 보고 올게.
간다.
하나 기절.
진짜 이거 내가 먼저 할게.
안방 피해.
이쪽에 끝 삐끗 터치해봐. 터치해봐 상한이요.
어떻게 하긴.
2번 하나.
이제 라스트.
지금 2번 라스트.
가자 푸시.
봐봐.
연막사 못하게 해봐.
저 삥 넘길게. 삥 넘긴 쪽이다 정확하게.
1킬 먼저.
삥 넘긴 쪽이야.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of PUBG Continental Series 3 Asia is upon us for the day. It's just day number 1, day 1 of 6. Plenty of PUBG Esports coming your way. Top 5 damage dealers from match number 3. A lot of Entus on that board.
A lot of Entus, but there's your boy right there, Ming Ming from New Happy, 700 flat.
He's nuts. I was waiting for him to come alive, and New Happy came alive in a big way there in game number 3 with 23 points, 17 kills. After donutting on Miramar, they make up for it in spades here on Erangel.
As they charged into so many different teams when there was a big clash between GEX and K7. They found the perfect timing to challenge them from behind and go back into that deep. You're safe and sound against Entus. Exactly what you should go for, as they were also challenged. Not even challenged. They basically got 3 kills against Difty. Some good kills against Griffin. So those were at least like 7 free kills to them.
Yeah, the fight with Griffin could have been challenging, but they dispatched the early aggressors of Griffin so fast that that fight just fell apart very quickly for Griffin. Now, I really like what I'm seeing from Entus, because earlier on this year, it was a lot of Under and at times Indigo doing the fragging for OG and Entus. Now Sungjong has really stepped up. He's doing a lot more damage. He's getting a lot more frags. Indigo's playing out of his darn mind. And then Kale's doing a fantastic job as kind of a support player and all-arounder for Entus. So for them, this is the best version of them I've ever seen, quite frankly.
Yeah, they've been out so far. The only Korean team to participate in all global tournaments in 2022. So that's exactly the reason with this squad. Of course, there were some minor changes with the roster, but because this team has been together for such a long time, the ability to predict the next circles and their spot, it seems like the magnet was just on OGN, but their ability to just go down the potato mountain, okay, this is our best spot, we should take it right now, and this is going to be it. That's an ability. That's basically reading the future.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually talking to them a little bit more.
They really have a good pulse for both maps, for everything in the game. Like, it seems like every time that OGN has an issue where I watch them and I go, ooh, this is a problem for them, the next tournament they fix it. They're really good at diagnosing the issues that are going on in their team, addressing them in their scrims and in their practices and everything, and they come back better. Now, they haven't been able to translate that into a win for a long time, other than winning, of course, the Korean League, the Korean qualifiers. But I'm talking about international tournaments here. But they're constantly in the top 5.
Yes.
It's just, they're so consistent. I called them belligerently consistent. They're so consistent. They're just demanding about it.
Yep, not just in the regional qualifiers and also regional tournaments, also in global. They're also so many times in top 6, top 5 all the time, but never that number 1.
Yep.
Will this be the spot? And there's no one contesting against them in Pochinki. I think that's one spot. And they don't, because they were challenged from so many other teams, even from PGCs or NA teams actually challenged them up into the Potato Mountain. They were forced to have a later rotation. And because of those habits, they actually ended up getting a habit of leaving the town so early on so they can get into the better spot. And I think overall, this experience that they just soaked through the PUBG Esports years, it's actually becoming so much of a weapon for them.
Yep.
And I think this is the reason why I think they're going to do so well, especially in Erangel. And before that, Miramar was actually their strength.
Yeah, there used to be a better Miramar team, but recently they basically kind of topped out on both maps. Like, they're the best team in Korea on both maps. So that is really fascinating to see these guys really get better and better. And I got to give Sungjong a ton of credit as a, play caller. He's been doing it for almost 3 years now. The guy is been on top of not just Korea but the world for that long. He's such a student of the game. He's so smart in the moment, in the meta moments. Now Kale does the sub ordering, which is like the secondary play calling for Entus now. But Sungjong has led this team for as long as I can remember, basically, and he's always been really good.
And of course, we've been praising OG and Entus a lot. But switching the gear slightly down to Gen G. Will they contest against Tiemba? That was a big loss. Of course, Tiemba with just 2 members left. They also went down pretty quickly without much of a fight. But Gen G, I think it's time to switch.
I think so.
Right?
I think they
now or never.
switched.
You do have 5 more days, but if you end up having too low of a start, you just cannot. Sometimes there are teams that does have later starts, but because of the results that you do from the early 3-4 games, you might not be able to climb all the way up to the top.
Yeah, you got to get going fast. There's only 24 games, so we're already 3 down. After today, there's only going to be 20 games left. So you really got to start stepping on it. Like we said earlier, it usually takes about an averaging of 9 to 10, usually about 10 points per round to come ahead as the top team. So for Gen G, I think you got to back off. I think they should have done it in the first place. I get why they the thing about Gen G is they're constantly winning the scrims in South George, constantly. But for whatever reason, when we get to the actual tournament, they're not able to maintain that form.
Yeah, man, they weren't down like all the way at the bottom. I believe they were right at number 9 in that standing, so that's not that bad of a result. But still, I think they had a lot more chances. And this is always what we talk about. Those early, basically, landmark fights are not required. When you're going for that first place, you always want to keep your squad alive and all 4 members healthy and good, ready to go with that rotation. That's exactly what you should be going for. Tiemba, I think they will just keep on going to South George.
They won't give it up.
100%.
They will not give it up, especially after winning that first one. For Tianba, they haven't given it up yet. I don't expect that to change. I want to talk about MCG, the top team now. First of all, I want to reiterate this, that if you've been watching PUBG Esports, let's hold that thought. Actually, we're ready for the final game of the day, guys. Erangel is coming at you. All right, plane is up, and out early is the Sun Sisters. They like the northern part of Erangel. Typically, that's where you're going to see them coming out, and they are out way earlier than anybody else. Detonation Gaming White chilling out on top of Yaz. K7 looks like they're going to be making their way to Lipovka. So a couple big questions here. 4 a.m. VLG, Tianba, and Gen G questions. But I want to go back to MCG for I think I have just a second to get this in. First of all, you should know Summer from the old VC Gaming team that went to the Basic Global Summit and got 5th place at PGC. This guy is a veteran shot caller, knows how to get it done.
Exactly, and from those parachutes. Oh, Gen G. Oh, they're stopping. They're not going anywhere further. You don't really have that many vehicles.
Well, they might have seen some vehicles. No, they're kind of slow dropping it now. I think they're kind of keeping their eyes.
Oh, Tiemba going challenging enters to the side of Pachinki.
Yeah, you can see right there Indigo swerving around this, thought about it, but it's going to instead peel off to the church. I think that's much smarter here. It also gives a good positional advantage on top of Tianba.
And that center circle, as both Tianba and Gen G, the plane path was quite far away from that South Storage. Maybe they're not really thinking too much about going all the way. I think Gen G popped their parachute very, very early.
Look at this. Lou is going for it for those long-range mini shots, and why not? Isn't able to connect. But for Gen G, this is problematic because the Sunken City has been kind of claimed by VLG, and they're stuck in the ruins. Now, they did find a UAS here, and I think they're able to go up to South George unabated, but we'll see exactly what Gen G wants to do. I could see some of Tianba reaching out towards Gatka, and my real question here for Gen G, this is a really weird start for them. How are they going to recover?
Oh, GEX coming for a contest at Gatka. I don't think they realized that member of Tianba is actually here. 4v2 and a late...
Oh, it doesn't matter.
What?
Laser down is Lin Shun with the ump. Is Mao Ye picking it up early. Now Lorena. Lorena does have a micro, but I don't know if that's going to be able to hold. He jumps out the window! He gets 2! Oh, he almost gets him, but just in time is Leo. My word, CC does fall for GEX. What a play there by Lorena. He almost took GEX completely by surprise.
Yeah, good idea there to just jump on top of them, as we've seen the miracle with Uzi. Just seen flashbacks of 1v3 with that Uzi once, long time ago in a big tournament.
Yeah.
Yep. Come through, but this time was not enough.
I remember Loki at the PUBG Miracle Weekend did it to Kaishin Gaming with that micro Uzi in Picado. That was that. I think Loki, a couple instances are coming to my mind with that micro Uzi, but that micro Uzi is so good close up. Hulk, do you remember Hulk's stand?
Yes.
That was absolutely crazy.
What's that guy doing these days? But Genji is the winner. Actually, the winner from this duel, as South George is not too far away from basically a dead that center circle again. Wonder how early OJ Nentus is going to go up, and if what kind of rotation 4 AM is actually going to pull out from that school apartment.
Yeah, this definitely looks like it's going to be a similar setup for OG and Entus early, as they're going right towards that Potato Mountain again. This time Indigo's a little bit on the kind of anchor position. In this case, he's doing it for recon. I'm sure he's just watching what the other teams are doing up to the north and to the west of him. He's going to relay that information to his teammates, but this looks pretty similar to what we've seen in the last game.
And also, I think Tiemba and also Genji leaving M200 near the ruins, and Loki in that same position. I think they both were thinking somewhat similar. Leave one open just so that they can retreat back into the circle and do all that looting outside and come back easily with safe rotation. Did not really work out there by having no read on GEX.
Yeah, GEX is a Gatka dropping team. They do kind of like that area, and Tianba did get there first, but it didn't matter. And even though Lurena almost pulls off the miracle play, he just came up an inch short. He does manage to get one in that exchange, so GEX loses one early, but Tianba loses two, and that's not the kind of trade you want to take. But the plane path dictated some of this craziness, of course, because it was a little off angle from South George. Now, Genji has gone all the way over there. PO did take a moment to peek out from the top of Everest to see what was going on, but the loot will be good for them, and this time around there is no fight for South George just due to the nature of the early game situation, particularly the plane path.
Yeah, so this should be the right normal default Genji that we have not been seeing so far out of them. As this will tell, I think this match will tell a lot about how Genji is going to do in this tournament so far. Only day one, but still, because that sets center circle, no other contest against Tiemba, so this should be okay for them.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation they're much more familiar with. My real question for Genji going forward will be, are they going to rotate to the north and try to come across the bridges? They do this from time to time now, or are they just going to try to go cut across the center, and sometimes they'll head up maybe around Potato Mountain or kind of to the south of that. But either way, it depends on what PO saw, what information he got from the top of the Everest will kind of dictate what Genji's going to do.
Yes, exactly. And on your screen right now, multi-circle gaming, just not really grabbing that many points at a time, but still being in that top 3 consistently was enough to put them on top of the leaderboard right now. Going to be at the same spot where OG and Entus got that chicken dinner just in the previous round of Erangel.
Yeah, Infantry, of course. I was going to mention this last game, but I got kind of cut off. That I think Infantry is pretty happy about these new piers that have been put in. I call them mini piers. The ones that aren't, because we have the regular ferry pier,
on the west and the east.
Exactly. So I call them mini piers. The mini piers are really nice for infantry because they've always been dropping in this area, and it gives them another spot to gather loot from. I think a little more quickly and effectively, and kind of get better loot potentially, because there is a lot of surface area. There's 2 or 3 warehouses in it, and so it's got good loot available for infantry to utilize from their already traditional drop spot on Erangel.
As they were basically going for that risky, very risky, high-risk dive with no results. And I'm sure this time they will be pushing against Sparrow towards the farm side.
Longsker is just so interesting. Once he gets fired up, it takes him a little while sometimes, but once he starts firing up, he is an absolute monster. There's another MK14 coming down in the hands for Leo. So GEX getting a little bit of kind of return favor, a little bit of karma for that battle against Tianbo, and they get a little bit of something for their troubles. Love that gun. Goodness gracious, I love that gun.
Yeah, sometimes it's really hard to get that drop, especially when you're shooting from afar. Yeah, but here comes the rotation of Griffin. Even though we saw a lot of Griffin play, having some great rotational decisions, they were not really being able to. They were challenged so many times that they couldn't really pick up that many points, or placement points, or the kill points. but did like a lot of their decision making in the middle of the game, so that they don't have too much of a total point now. But because of those decision making, I think going into like day 3 and 4, certainly a team to look out for in the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't have much to fault with Griffin. They just got outshot. I mean, New Happy was just firing on all cylinders that game. I mean, they were hitting everything that they sniffed at. So it is going to be Loki traversing the path of Tianba, but Tianba is going to let this one pass. And there is that crate out there, but that one's already been taken by GEX.
And eventually Longsker gets a kill onto one of the members from Pero. What a guy. He just goes out by himself and does his things, and the best thing is that his team lets him.
This is what the really good players, like the best fraggers in the world, have just such good instincts for going out on their own and picking up a point or two. PO does this, Longsker does this. You know, that's what really kind of sets them apart, is their instincts in the early games to kind of suss out what teams are doing. And again, got to give credit to the coaching staffs that kind of point out the weaknesses in the positioning of the other teams.
So making a quicker rotation in this game, coming all the way down from Kamishki, from having, well, actually being the first team to actually drop from the plane. There's the code, guys.
Code! Get it, get it, get it.
Him.
Get it, get it, get it.
A little bit harder this time.
That one's not, that we had the one that was like last PUBG almost. It was so close. I wonder if that is a random code or not.
I think it's just totally random.
That's crazy if that's random. That's really unlikely that it spells anything remotely intelligible. And not only that it was kind of intelligible, but that it matched what is going on. I mean, the odds of that, if they are totally random, are astronomical.
That's totally right.
We are math people.
We're math people. Yeah, can't count papers even though I majored in math. That's just like all the math teachers. Yeah, boring joke. Sorry, guys. But
they don't teach us basic math.
They don't teach us jokes either from school.
No, they do not.
They should have a humor class back in high schools. But Ruins, yeah, Genji, they had Loki back there and also was challenged. They could have challenged by the 2 remaining members of Tianba, and after getting that sense coming from the 5 houses right below Ruins, Genji was forced to make this long rotation, which they always love to do when there's a circle shifting towards the eastern side.
Exactly. This is mostly what I thought was going to happen for Genji. If the circle shifted south, it might have been a little different. But in this case, it is going to be kind of their more traditional northern rotation. It looks like they're going to go all the way around the Yasnaya Lake to get into the next circle. We'll see. 2 members of Tianba are left alive, and there is a ghost town in front of them. Pachinki has been abandoned some time ago, Tianba. It's okay to come in now.
They should have a pretty clear idea that Entus left already long time ago.
It's not Chernobyl. It's safe. You can come in there now.
Yeah, unless some other teams are trying to get that last route from Pachinki. I don't think so, because it's already a second phase. Oftentimes all the teams will be going towards those center spots, like where MCG is.
I have the question that just occurs to me is, are there any vehicles left anywhere near Pachinki for them to utilize? Good teams will pop the tires on any vehicle they don't plan to use.
I think Tianba, they can still just walk on top of those potatoes.
They can do that too.
Yeah, look for, because we did not see any kill feed from 4 AM. I think that's one thing they should be concerned about. The vision sights coming from the school and the apartment area.
So for Entus right now, an identical rotation to what we saw in the previous game. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They went to the Potato Mountain this time, 4 AM. Learned their lesson, did not try to contest that, and then Entus moves up to the Blues, up on the southeastern side here, or excuse me, northeastern side. And that's exactly what they did in the last game, more or less. OPGG doing something very similar. Because of this circle, G-Clef looks pretty darn similar to the last one. We're seeing very similar rotations out of these teams. The only thing I'm seeing that's different is VLG is one of the big differences here.
Yeah, VLG going all the way top, not really clashing into 4 AM at all. And they have basically abandoned. And actually, yeah, DZ, Detonation White, going pretty close to the next circle, so that's not too bad. But they're taking the big risk houses, okay? If we take the spot, maybe we can get those chicken dinners by having the 2 split. But they have to go out now.
All right, so the other 2 members of MCG were split out in a 2-2. And Entus tried to cut that off, but they weren't able to get there fast enough. Now, my real question for Entus, do you take that dip that worked so well for New Happy in the last game? It's open, or you're going to go for something else? Genji, in the meantime, still making their long rotation, heading back towards Razak now. So racking up the kilometers traveled in this game is Genji. They've been all over the place.
This will be a hard rotation. Another hard game for Gen.G as they would love to. Oftentimes they will just go around the edge of the circle and try to find any chances after watching those kill field, but none of the kill field is actually happening for Gen.G to peek in. So going up for a challenge. PO again going down. GX waiting 100% against Gen.G.
GX doing a nice job against two very good teams here. Tianba early, now it's going to be Gen.G's PO who goes down early, and I mean, when you're making rotations like this, that's just going to happen. This isn't anything that PO did wrong. This is all just, it is a brutal rotation they have to make. Now, Ming for Tianba is on top of Mao Ye, and he's going to find these down and the flush. Easy peasy for him. Now, this is not the same Ming that is on the other team, that is on New Happy. They are different players.
Of course. And Gen.G lost PO, but because of that sacrifice, is able to get on top of the mountains and wonder how they're going to go through OPGG. They're also waiting for AM, trying to spray some peppers on Gen.G right now.
Sun Sisters in a bit of a mess right now. They look like they're disorganized. They lose a player to VLG who's pushed up into the prison, and everybody's trying to find something safe to work with for Sun Sister. They're all driving around frantically in vehicles, but they're just getting cut off, getting split. And I'm a little worried for the Sun Sisters going forward with the situation they found themselves in.
They took a big risk of going into those, what a lot of the Korean commentators say, end hell houses, right in the middle, on the eastern side of school there. But was forced out from the next circle. Now being forced out again by K7 and VLG onto the other side. But this time, right into 4 AM. They have opened their mouth.
And it's closed. Quick and easy for Xiaolu. No problems at all. And Tianba, rough start to this one and a rough finish for their day. Right now they're in 7th with 21 points, and we'll find out exactly where they shake out into as the game progresses on. Now you have Entis up on the north of all of this. They heard the shots, and they're going to try to take that opportunity to get their cars along with the timing of the circle. Going to make their move. It is going to be a full 4-set.
Whoa! Crazy actually wins. I thought he was going to be the one getting trapped by GEX as GX was approaching into 4 AM. Really good read, and Entis just going past in between them.
Good timing, good movement by Entis. They're so smart. And Griffin, in the meantime, has sent it to Pero. Pero is going to find 2 heart, easy peasy for your other top fragger from China, XDD. And he is going to get that one, no problem. They're at 3. No kills yet for Griffin. XDD takes some damage while he's trying to throw that grenade. Is able to get it off, but doesn't really seem to connect with much. Now the bandages coming through for him as there is still one player. Mill over here for Pero, and he's up top. I'm pretty sure Griffin's heard that.
Yeah, Hunt, Manita, and Asura, they're staying right below him. You can't really go upstairs, even if it's 2v1. You can't basically be outnumbered and just shot down when you're going uphill, as he does have his teammates right next in the neighborhood.
Yeah, Griffin is trying to get upstairs. Of course, it is insanely difficult. They're also trying to keep the other 2 members of Pero busy while they try to get upstairs, so they can't put fire down onto them or get grenades in, which is exactly what XDD is trying to do right now. Yeah. That one gets in the door and gets some damage onto Asura.
And at the same time, you have to look out for New Happy. Getting those shots from across, those are some good houses that even if you are just going across the window, these players are going to be shooting you down.
Well, New Happy, we saw it the last round. When they get heat up, it's quite good. They look really, really darn good. And now, 4 AM, still 4 up, but they have to make a trek to get into this next part of the circle. Longskirt is going to find Loki, so Gen.G continues to try to find something to work with. There is nothing available, as everybody else already setting up shop inside of this circle.
As with this long of a rotation, you just have to keep on losing, keep on bleeding, and eventually with this much bleed, you just have to lose your members. Their Sun Sister again going down. With that much contest, couldn't really find any room.
And Afrika has also joined this mess that is happening over on the southeast side. The battle has raged on for quite some time, and that allows other teams time and information. Detonation Gaming White on the backside of all of this goes down to Ghibli, who is set up on top of the shelter. Now Hansia being approached by Gen.G, but there is nothing doing. Easy does it. Hansia takes Gen.G out of this one.
Yeah, hard rotation again from Gen G. Not a good day for sure, as they will be moving even lower from 9th place with that 12th place finish now. For him, they will challenge by a lot of the other teams, still keeping the entire squad alive with 3 kills. This is actually amazing how hard it could have been for them.
Yeah, they've been fighting very, very strong and tough, and they are even able to get this res onto Godby. He was close.
Them.
I know, MCG, and also there's OPGG up on top of them. You can see them off to the corner of your screen. MCG is just going to bite into this. They're going for it now. We do have the opening sprays. Damage being traded here. Proning behind the smoke is a member of 4 AM. Circle is about to show itself as this battle rages on. Blue has entered the fray and is going to start ticking down 4 AM. They're completely pinned here. OPGG comes alive. Raining down fire is Dumbo. Looking at both MCG and 4 AM. Great movement here by OPGG.
Oh, there's a battle, but the winner will be OPGG at the end, regardless of what happens over here. The MCG, I think they looked for the best play possible, getting few kills down in a row, but still giving more space to OPGG at the end. I think they stayed in a pretty good spot after OG and Entus won. Okay, maybe it's another same circle, same game. We can maybe win another game by staying in, but there are a lot of other teams, more contention in this match with the new circles popping now. Better circle for New Happy again, right in that circle, and OG and Entus, who actually went past 4 AM and MCG.
Yeah, great timing from for Entus. Their instincts are so good. OPGG does a great job holding down the dirt road up top. MCG does get their res, so they have 2. I don't see any vehicles really available for them, so it's going to be rough sledding as OPGG. Okay, there is that US down there, so that's something, and a motorcycle, but I don't know if Dumbo is going to let you get on there. Yeah, he can't use it. It blows up. He has basically no health left. Does this player? It is Ling Du, and Dumbo is just making sure that he's not going to be able to get through. Now, you are pushing ahead here with Tank, and we've seen him be very, very good so far in this tournament.
And not going to be going too far, as Tank might actually be the last man in the next few seconds, as OPGG is still pushing the line, even into New Happy, just on top of those houses. As if you just stay on top, right next to New Happy there towards the west, you can't really get any angle.
Yeah, it's really hard for sure. K7 making a move too. There isn't much for them to do though. There are 3 teams in here, so they're gonna get out and set up behind this hill. It's about the safest thing they can really do. Now VLG has sight lines. Ling Du found and downed by Spear. XDD finds a knock onto Deva for their troubles, so VLG in a bit of a crossfire here, shooting at one team, getting shot at by another. Deva does end up going down to XDD. Entus reaching out just a bit here to see if they can make this pay. Yeah, absolutely.
But still, with the smoke, they're killing the other angle where VLG can strike into them, making sure that you smoke the other side first, and then going into the front. This is the perfect kind of push play that OGM Entus is making it work.
I mean, the timing here is really good. They're switching between shooting and throwing, taking good turns, and they're focusing their attention on that smoke. That's going to be OPGG saying, yeah, we hear what's going on. We want those points too, bro. But that is going to be Lock Slot going down. K7 out in 9th place, just shy of placement points. Circle heads up to the northeast, so New Happy has that southwestern edge. Afrika, and somehow, someway, Griffin's still alive with Juanita, and I think Asura's right there too.
Yeah, I think so too, and actually got the member down right on top of him. Afrika does make an entry coming down the hill from that eastern side. And they're in the circle. They should be good enough. Turning off that engine. Smart choice for OPGG to just slide down the hill here.
Man, the confidence is high for Entus.
Saw that knock.
Yeah, they're just going to push on through. Nothing
way.
to do. Roa is good, and Roa is there with the barrel to say bye-bye to Griffin's day. Griffin, though, I got to give him credit for holding on that long. It was not easy. Between Pero and Afrika, they're able to get it done. Now back over to Entus, who has been pushing into VLG. They already got Spear, now looking to get Lambu and Akari, who are very, very hurt. Grenades are coming out. Kale, very hurt himself. Indigo's gonna go down. The good grenade from Lambu finds a finish and also a knock. And now it is Under trying to see if he can end Ghibli's round, but they are standing tall on top of everything.
And they do lose Indigo, but still that's good amount of kill points already. When they were contested against so many teams, as they were struck right in the middle without the compound. I think this is sort of the best play that you can still do.
Oh man, Sungjong sees just enough
a lot of those go
spear.
down.
Yeah, he's got the molly on point. Lambu. Hikari does get the first aid off. Now Sungjong watching the flank to see if anybody's going to try to sneak out that way. A stun out the side, but it's not going to be good enough for Hikari. I think Sungjong just doesn't see enough of Hikari. These smokes aren't going to last much longer.
And Ifty.
What in the world?
Trying to go up against Freaks right now. Sungjong.
Hikari! God, Hikari's so good. He's able to outduel Sungjong. Sungjong kind of tunneled in on the flush.
Now this is crazy. OPGG rushing into New Happy right now at the same time.
Oh man, they're just getting blown apart. New Happy is too good right now. Silky's late. He tried to be the po-top, the turret position, comes in late to that fight. AO does find Ming Ming. Now over here to this battle, and AO is very, very hurt. But on the balcony, stun is there, but nobody's trying to follow up just yet, although I assume the push is bound to happen here soon. Silky catches the member out. That's going to be a couple knocks here. AO coming down as well, so the timing really good for OPGG there.
Yeah, this is exactly what you look for, because Yappy, they were looking towards the other side of the road against the Freaka Freaks and also Ifty. And OPGG finds the perfect time as you can get those shots with Silky. Not quite connecting.
That's a cheeky play there from Jiao. A really nice position he took. Outside that door, you had just enough cover in that position that you can't see it from the side that Silky was coming from. And that's a really, really smart. That just shows you how much PUBG these players have played, of course. Now AO alive, grenades on top, but nothing has done any damage to him just yet. He's just holding on, trying to see if he can wait this out and maybe catch a member of New Happy in a bad position. Now there is the res coming through here finally on to Lycanon, but there are more grenades still available. Seems like New Happy has plenty of utility available.
And Under actually might be smiling with the new circle popped. With nothing else in the middle, just a straight road with a couple of trees. Depending on how you win these fights, Freaks, Ifty, New Happy, OPGG.
Look at this. I think New Happy might just be like, all right, we're just going to try to take a slightly better position in front of you, AO. We'll throw a few more Hail Marys at you, but we're just going to wait you out. You can throw as many smokes as you want, but we're just going to have the patience and the position. Now, EJ does find a knock. The circle is on the backs of infantry. They try to come around the corner. Hansi is going to hold the angle. EJ still making it rain from up top with the SLR, and now the blue is here, so he can't do that as long as he would like. Longsker is, I don't know if he can do this. If anybody in the world can do it, but nope, it's going to be Hansia finishing that one off.
As if they were trying the position of EJ, just laying down those bullets. Were the key points for Freaka Freaks. Finally, with 10 kills from that compound, was able to steal this many.
Yeah, this is a huge game for the Freaks. From the bottom to the middle of the leaderboards in this round, desperately wanting those points. Dangche comes up to under here.
Yeah, they don't know exactly where he is. They have some idea. But he's right under!
Oh no, he's gonna steal the point. He's gonna get Hansia. Roa's there to finish the job onto under, but what a nice position for him to take.
Yeah, New Happy, they have some time, but still because of the position from EJ, might not be finding themselves in a good time for crossing the road right now for I think they should have stayed a little bit more. They did have smoke.
I think they could have been a little more. This is just kind of what these Chinese teams like to do in this phase 7, phase 8 circles, is go for the middle and try to establish position. We saw it with MCG earlier. Now we're seeing it here with New Happy, but Lycanon is going to pay the price for trying it. And Freaka has a good spread. They have a good lockdown on this, but it's only Roa that's really close to the circle, and technically every member of Afrika is outside of this new zone.
Yeah, New Happy, they have to get EJ down because he's opening up so much angle for Afrika right now.
Yeah, EJ is a pain in the neck for Zhao.
Dangche, love this play.
This is so good. And he's got a bit of a hill here that he can set up in front of. He's going to put pressure onto XKK and also take a bit of circle presence for Afrika. Now, there are some grenades raining down in front of him. Is XKK going to step over, try to take him down? It doesn't look like he feels comfortable doing it because Roa is on the back providing cover.
Yeah, exactly, and EJ still on top. If they come out from the grass, EJ is going to strike on top of them, so big risk. XKK getting some damage into Dangche, but Riola's covering fire.
Oh, and EJ is going to be the one. So all 3 members of Africa getting involved in that one. Now it is all up to Jiao for New Happy to try to get a win. See if he can pull it off. Getting some good damage into EJ, but there's enough of an angle behind that tree that he's able to set up behind it. Now Dangche comes alive, does some good damage. EJ's going to get the job done. The Freaks with a 14-kill win finish the day here at the PUBG Continental Series 3 Asia.
What a match for Africa Freaks as they were dead bottom for the start with this many kills, 10 plus points from the placements. They can have a moment of relief saying, oh, we did something right today.
It's funny because you and I were just talking about this team during the break, a little bit how we were maybe a little surprised that they weren't performing very well, but
very
they
surprised.
Made up for it big time here in the final game. They kind of came at this game from a similar situation to the last time, but it looks like their timing felt better. I guess that's the best way I could put it.
So much better as they were having a pretty good read of who was contesting in that compound, and they basically stole it out of the other pocket. And also against New Happy, lining down sights from across the road, I think they should have focused a little bit more because they knew that OPGG was coming down. I'm talking about New Happy here. They knew that OPGG was coming down from the west side. That was the only option. And of course, from inside the compound, it's really hard to get any angle from the top of the hill. It's very close, maybe less than like 30, 40 meters. Even less than 30 meters to be in fact there, as OPGG found the perfect timing. Okay, New Happy is not really having a focus on us. We should go for the push.
Absolutely, this play by Lorena was almost absolutely nuts. He does get that finish onto CC with the pump. And then you line him up, knock him down for Lu. No problem at all. Coming out the window here is Pero, and they get 2 hard. That's a nice little play there, but actually it's Griffin who weathers that storm. Under now. This guy, he's so good, man, in these up-close and personal situations. And I like Entus's maneuver here to pick up these kills. This is just the more aggressive Entus that we've been seeing throughout the most recent time of the year.
The basics are so good from Entus. They are keeping all the promised plays and reaching out for the next step. That's what I love about Entus right now, feeling so much for them going into the future, day number 2 and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta like what you're seeing. You gotta like what you're seeing from VLG and MCG as well. NH comes through here. New Happy comes through and puts up back-to-back second places on Erangel. One of them was a 17-killer. Now, that last game was only 4 kills, but huge, huge Erangel for New Happy to really turn around what was an absolutely abysmal Miramar. 0 points in 2 games for New Happy. So they definitely needed to kind of get that turned around, not just for the points, but also I think for their mental going into tomorrow.
Yeah, think about putting a vote for them. New Happy, MCG, they're new teams, but look what we have already in day number 1. We're having a lot of these highlight moments from these teams. Not TM, but not Infantry, not 4 AM. These new teams popping out from China, doing so much better in day number 1. Expected to do a lot better in day 2. MCG looks to be the more of a consistent team, as it was actually the opposite from PCO. They actually had some explosive rounds, like getting those like up to 20 points or even up to 24, 25 points per round, and sometimes making the wrong decision in the rotational work. But I can tell they have done so much study during this time to get ready for PCS3, and that's the reason why they are picking into the right houses. And talking about picking the right houses, Entus again. How can you actually maneuver through that much teams and still survive?
They know the maps so well. I mean, this is I will say this is one thing about Entus is they understand these maps. Every angle, every terrain change, everything that goes on in these maps, they know how to utilize it, and that's why they've been so successful for so long. MCG, I just want to give them a quick shout out. Summer coming back. It's great to see him back on the main stages for PUBG Esports, and with the addition of Tank, it seems like that combination is just amazing for these multi-circle gaming guys. And then of course VLG at the top. It looks like I think they're still up top, but it's gonna be close. But this is what happens when they're not bothered on the drop spots. This is why if you were listening to the early game pre-show stuff, Pio was talking about VLG and giving them a lot of praise, because in Korea these guys are known to be absolute monsters.
Yeah, but they just had to go up against Challenge in the PCS2 against 4 AM all the time. Didn't really have that many chances. Just 4 AM, BLG, they were basically dragging themselves down, losing a lot of time, giving some points to the other opponent, but you can't really get first place when you lose that many members at the beginning of the game. So that's... No teams should be trying that on any maps, any time of the tournament.
Yes.
I personally do not really like that type of landmark fight.
Nope. Anybody who's watched me cast PCS this year knows my feelings very well on that kind of stuff. But I think for VLG also, you see them do very well. And I saw this a lot during the Korean qualifiers, but here we see it in game number 4 a little bit as well, where they're able to kind of outmaneuver 4 AM and some of the other teams because they know the drop spot so well in and out, and they know how to take advantage of that drop spot, how to get around and get in better positions early, or kind of come on the backside of 4 AM when 4 AM tries to come up the hill. So they'll take the apartments if you leave it, and if the circle favors it. Otherwise, they'll go do something else. And in game number 3, it wasn't the greatest, but in game number 4, you saw, I think, much more consistent play for VLG.
Yeah, great setups. And actually, 4 AM was sort of trapped between Entus and VLG. It's right in the middle, as they can't really leave school apartments, as they can make those rotations, and a lot of vehicles are available around school and apartments. But still, if they want to go up north, they have to go across the river there. Maybe facing VLG. If they go down to Pochinki, likely they'll face Entus.
Yes.
So I think after watching today's games, maybe going towards the western side, if the circle is actually shifting west at all in Erangel, I think that could be a pretty good rotation. Or all the way out towards Yasnaya, a longer rotation. I think 4 AM is trying to bite on too many targets right now, as I think they should be focusing into a longer game.
Absolutely. And I think you got to give a lot of credit to VLG and Entus for doing their homework, because they have 4 AM read like a book on those early rotations. So, like you mentioned, something's got to be different for 4 AM, and whether you go to the west or you just do really earlier rotations, something's got to change.
And a few other things to take away from DAY1, I think Genji and Tiemba, of course, Tiemba got that one chicken, but in terms of rotation and how weak their performance was, I think I want to put them together in a way. And because of their early rotation, hurt themselves. But even without that, I think they would have been caught from long away, taking blue damage rotations. Genji could not really have any answers today at all throughout all 4 matches. Tiemba, they had one chicken, but in terms of rotational, it was very similar to how Genji played out today.
Yeah, I agree. Both teams struggled a lot. And Tianba, other than that win, there was not a lot of points to be found for them outside of that. So it was definitely a struggle. Genji, I think, looked better on Miramar, but I think because Picado is there, as nobody messes with them, that makes it a little easier. Going forward to tomorrow, when the plane path is more favorable towards South George drops, what is Genji's option going to be? Because I don't know if they can, I don't know if either team can afford to mess around in it, but for whatever reason, Tianba has just been absolutely just insanely persistent with dropping there. They will not, even when Genji was beating them earlier in the year, they would not give it up.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be a big contest. Either Genji might just go North George, as you do have a lot less vehicles if you go to North George.
True.
And sometimes you might be trapped when you have to go across the river from North George into the South George, as Genji oftentimes rotates all the way from the north, so they actually might be okay. And we've seen another team dropping into Lipovka, where Genji is supposed to be.
Yeah.
When there was no contest away from that South George, so they will have a lot of homework to do over the night, I think.
And Mill to Power was also taken by Afrika.
Yes.
So there, a lot of the areas that we've seen Genji drop when they haven't done South George are not available now. And the other problem with going North George is if the plane is good enough to go North George, that might mean that Zarki is also in play, which means that Griffin might be going there. And then you've got all these weird problems that happen when you're trying to all go for those bridges along the coast, or not the coast, excuse me, the river side, and then everything just becomes a complete mess. And sometimes teams like to camp that 4-square house that's right by the North George area, and that's, if you try to cross that, it can be really dangerous.
Oh yes, and we're talking a lot about Genji because they have so much hype. They can bring all these results down, but today has been very disappointing overall for them. And they have a lot of homework to do, as we mentioned, but especially for the new teams, New Happy, MCG, impressive day so far for them.
Yeah, this just seems to be the story of 2020, is new Chinese teams making a splash here at PCS3 Asia, and it's exciting to see because there are some really, really incredibly talented players coming out of this region. And every tournament, it feels like there's a new player, a new Longsker, so to speak, that comes through and shows up. But the last game of the day does end up going to the Freaks, who are able to right the ship, get things sailing in a proper direction again. And Ghibli with another big one, 11 kills for Ghibli there, so farming that northeastern side of the circle for themselves. And Entis, the pinnacle of consistency.
Yeah, still, not just placements, getting 6 kills when they were not even in the compounds. They were actually just in that small hill where they were somewhat wide open against VLG. Again, covering those angles with the smoke when they're approaching into the other team. That was really well done. And then taking care of one side, then you move on to the other. It was stepping stones for them for maybe a chicken dinner, but it was going to be hard. So making those perfect plays in limited options, liking those plays even more. And finally, Africa Freaks, 24 points. Will this be enough for them to actually get that big bump into top 8?
I think so. I think they're going to be, I think for the Freaks, I think this is a good round to end on because the rest of the day was not so good. And now you're able to go into tomorrow saying, okay, we've done a lot better here. Let's get fired up. Let's have a good mentality going into tomorrow. And like you said, a lot of people think the Freaks have a shot at this. And after those first 2 games, we were kind of worrying. But look at this. They've gone all the way up to 5th place. And Ghibli is out in front by 7 points over MCG and Entis, who are tied at 40.
Oh, MCG without a chicken dinner. 26 kills with 40 points. That's amazing to me. That being that much consistent, only a single day out of the 6. That's going to tell a lot about what might happen. See how well VLG can do when they don't go against 4 AM.
Yeah, look what happens. You get 35 kills, and I mean, yeah, they did
so happy.
They did really good on Miramar as well, but we've always seen them do good on Miramar. We know they're a really good Miramar team, and when they're left to their own devices on Erangel, now we're seeing that they are very capable of contending for a title, as I've been saying all gosh darn year. Ghibli, you're good. Go for the wins. And I think they have to see this scoreboard, and I don't think they'll ever mess with 4 AM again at the apartments unless something weird happens where there's a weird plane path or they get a really good drop and they're just ahead of 4 AM and they're like, well, okay, now we could take it and screw you over.
Yeah, we see a lot of those old classic team names right in the middle. Genji, Tiemba, 4 AM. Not really having the best day, but right in the middle.
Interview time, G-Clef. I'm going to let you handle this one as your Korean is far better than mine.
Just a little bit.
Just a lot of it, not by far.
And of course, we're going to be having an interview with VR Ghibli. Hello, players.
47포인트, 35킬이라는 엄청난 성적으로 개막전 경기를 마무리하셨습니다. 히카리 선수, 오늘 정말 활약이 대단했는데요. 그동안의 PCS에서 아쉬움을 좀 날리는 듯한 기분 들지 않으셨어요?
How did you feel?
아쉽지는 않았어요. 좀 좋은 경험했던 것 같아요.
그동안의
And of course, it wasn't disappointing to have that past of an experience.
대바 선수는 오늘 좀 개막전 마무리하신 소감 어떠세요?
Deba, how do you feel after finishing day 1? I told my older bros that we are going to win day number 1, and it feels good to keep that promise.
오늘 경기 47포인트라는 좀 압도적인 점수 차로 지금 1위를 차지하셨거든요. 기분 어떠세요?
Quite a big lead with 37
초반에 기세 잡고
47 points. How do you feel, Spear?
이어가는 게 좀 부족했었는데 이번에 좀 잘 이어간 것 같아가지고 기분이 좀 좋은 것 같아요.
Yeah, in other tournaments we were lacking the momentum into the other matches, other rounds, and today we were able to do so. So that makes us feel really good. And a word from Lambu?
되게 중상위권을 목표로 하고 있었는데
We were actually aiming for
생각보다 더 약간
mid-high place.
트랩도 잘 맞고 그냥 위기 대처 능력도
We're actually our teamwork's coming
것
together
같아서
really well, and we worked out a lot of dangerous situations. So overall, I'm actually satisfied.
그 중에서도 이 전투력이 폭발하기 시작한 매치가 두 번째 매치가 아닐까
Starting from
하는
the
생각이
second
듭니다.
match,
14킬을 가져간 두 번째 매치.
14
굉장히
kills
초반에 원통 지역에 좀
in
선점을
Miramar.
하시면서 좀 그 지역에 대한 이해도가 굉장히 높다는 느낌을 받았는데요. 대바
Got
선수는 좀
the
어떠셨나요?
feeling that you guys had absolute crazy understanding of
따로
the terrain around that area.
팀이 막아야 될 팀이 정해져 있으니까
네.
그것만 막는다 마인드를 했다가 저희 쪽에서 다 옆으로 가고 하다 보니까
We knew exactly which teams to go against,
마지막
to
교전에서는
bump against, and all the other teams actually avoided fighting against us. So it was actually easier for us to pick at points.
기절하면서 좀 쉽지 않은 상황이 연출이 되기도 했거든요. 그때 좀 콜은 어떻게 나왔나요?
There were a couple of knocks happening in that middle of the fight. What were you guys saying in the middle?
있었고,
네네.
그때 멀티서클 게이밍도 그렇게 유리한 자리가 아니었어서 저희가 천천히만 하고
We
버티기만
knew that
하면
MCG
무조건
had
1등할 수 있다는
not much
고이
of a great
나왔었어요.
spot, and we were having a shot call that we can certainly take the chicken dinner if we take it slow
세
enough.
번째 매치에서 비록 포인트적인 측면에선 좀 아쉬웠지만 그동안
moving into
PCS3에서
set
정말
three,
좀 서러움을 많이
in terms of points, you got
4AM을
a lot less, but you were able to bring 4 AM down.
속이 후련하지 않으셨어요?
Is that a
네.
satisfaction for the day?
두명 박았을 때 K7인 줄 알았는데
Yeah, when they bumped into our compound, I thought they were K7. And free kills. I gotta say thanks to them.
정말 공격적인 VR로 기블리의 모습을 좀 볼 수 있었는데요. 쉘터 쪽 외곽에 자리를 하고 있었는데
Yeah, in the final game, you guys were near the shelters.
외곽 쪽 사냥을 좀 시작을 하셨던 것 같아요. 히카리 선수 이렇게
You got the
공격적인
hunting
운영에
started.
대한 이야기는 경기 전에 미리 좀 이야기가 되어 있었나요?
Was that rotation? Was real talk? Was it?
네? 질문 뭐였죠?
네
What was the
번째
question
매치에서
again?
외곽에서 정말 사냥꾼 같은 VR로 기블리의 모습을 봤거든요.
Yeah, you guys had some
이런
real good
공격적인
hunting,
움직임 좀
sniping
미리
moments.
이야기가 되어 있었던 부분인가요?
Was that rotation
미리
really
이야기돼 있던 부분은 없었는데 저희가
made
상황에
beforehand?
맞게 람부 선수가 유동적으로 오더를 잘 내려줬던 것 같아요.
That Lambu was flexible enough to actually get that shot calling down to go into the shelter side. I have to give props to Lambu.
김지수 해설이 VR로 기블리를 우승 후보로 꼽았습니다. 스피어 선수.
And the Korean,
좀
from the Korean
보여주셔야
commentator
할
Jisoo
때인 것
Boy,
같아요. 올해의
did
마지막을
pick VR Luke
우승으로도
Ghibli
장식하고 싶으실
as
텐데요.
the
각오
favorite of
말씀
the tournament.
부탁드립니다.
How do you feel about that and the final words?
첫날에 보여준 저희의 기세를 앞으로 남은 대회도 쭉 이어갈 수 있도록 열심히 노력하고 또
We would love you and we will try our best to continue this
보여드리도록
momentum
하겠습니다.
from day one
응원해주셔서
into the other days. And
감사합니다.
thank you
네,
everyone
오늘
for
선수
cheering
고생
for us.
많으셨고요. 1등 축하드립니다.
So Spear and the last words and congratulations again
자, 이렇게
for
해서
a
오늘
day
좋은 포인트로
staying on top of day number 1.
VR로 기블리의 선수들과
All right.
Now
Well,
your time to talk.
thanks. Okay. I'll do it now. It's my turn. Yeah. That was really interesting stuff there from the Ghibli boys. And a really interesting interview. And I just want to point out, whoever Jisoo Boy is picking to win an event, pay attention because he knows his stuff. The guy is an absolute genius.
Used to be the total opposite until the end of 2019.
Yes.
He picks a team, they crumble. But coming into 2020, he's a different person now.
He was the first one to alert me to, at the time, whoever VLG used to be before when they were Actistars Red.
Yes.
Okay, so tomorrow, guys, you can see it there below. We've got NA coming up first at 9 a.m. Korean Standard Time, so we're still in Korean time because this is Korea that we're in. And then Asia continues tomorrow, same time, same place.
Same time.
7 p.m. Korea Standard Time. So stay up a little bit later, watch some of the NA stuff, or maybe get some sleep right now and then wake up in time for the NA stuff. Either way is good. That's going to do it for us today, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place for PCS3 Asia.
올라온다. 차 한 대.
땡길게.
사이드 모르고.
많이 다 했어.
잡았다. 나이스. 벤치 끝. 우리지. 나 VLG 쪽각 볼게 이제. 이제 왼쪽 바퀴 둘.
아, 나 밖으로 보고 있어. 너야, 여기 입구까지 영화 쳐져 있어. 된다, 정말.
아. 하나 이제.
내가 가져볼게, 일단.
나안 싸울게. 이거 빼야 돼. 하나 경박이야.
와, 오른쪽 낙하해.
이렇게 된다.
우리 오른쪽 있어. 그냥 찍어.
우리 싸우고 있다 아직. 그만해. 나이스. 필드 막아. 앞으로 나가. 이거 2번으로. 여기. 원히트. 잠깐만. 기절.
기절이 라스트 2번.
야 무리 안 할게. 확인. 나 무리 안 했어. 빨아볼게.
안 내면 안 내면
확인. 나 연막 칠게.
또 보고 있어.
서커리 했어. 쟁채야, 니가 보여. 그냥 그대로 보여. 일자가. 그냥 싹, 그냥 싹. 나이스.
Let me be something. You wanna keep your head